Okay, I'm recording now. And I think I'm live. Am I live? It says I'm live. Right. Let me double check if I'm live or not. Reload player. Come on, come on. Let's try this again once more. Okay. I have my own stream open. Can I hear it? Let's try this again once more. Okay. I have my own stream open. Can I hear it? Yep, I can hear it. Okay, good. That means that I am live. Wonderful. I'll just pop into BZ's Discord and tell people. And Discord is showing that I'm streaming as well. Good. Alright. Put Twitch in creator dashboard mode or wherever the stream manager, that's the thing that I'm looking for. Stream manager, right. Okay. So, hello. Okay, we have people in chat. Good. That's always a good sign. That means I am actually. It's weird. I feel like I'm missing something. Anyway, let's crack on. This could be a problem. So I've moved my camera, but I'm on a lapel mic, and the lapel mic is plugged into my camera. Okay, let me just. I'll clip my mic on the other side of me, and that should give me a little bit more room. But okay, I think this is fine. I can deal with this. Just if I get up, it's going to yank the mic out, so I have to stay sat down. Okay, I think we're good. Right. Well, I've got my dual rank B die in here now. That's what's set up. So let's dive right in, and I'll show what the problem is with this stuff. So hopefully you can actually see the postcode now, and that makes it easier for me as well, because it means that I can see the postcode by looking at my streaming system rather than having to like lean around to see it, which is actually going to be a little bit easier on me. Now I don't know if you can still see it at that size. I could zoom in a bit more. Let me know. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up my profile. I might have to do something about this camera position. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to move the camera. Okay. That's alright. And is that still in frame? Yeah, that's fine. Good. I'll move my mic round a bit more. I think that's everything I can do. Right. So what I'm going to do is I've been doing a bit of messing around. So I'm going to load up my works off stream profile. And we'll tempt some fate here. So let me take you through what I've got going on. So F clock, that goes up to 2400, and memory we're at 4400. For dual rank, that's pretty good, but it's not good enough. SOC 1.25 volts. Memory voltage, we've actually it seems to be quite happy at 1.8 volts, so that's nice. Let's move into our timing. So we're running 14, 13, 12. TRC DWR can go a bit lower. I haven't done much with RAS or RC, so to be honest, it might be a good idea to poke those a little bit more on stream. But I've tightened up my TRFCs a bit, RRDs and that. Tightened up the read-to-read timings on the basis that those probably are actually pretty relevant to a read test. Not the different DIMM one, because it's a 2 DIMM board. Down here we've got gear down mode enabled, power down disabled. I did try disabling bank group swap and it was just worse. These are mostly auto terminations, except for this one, which on auto I think was 34 ohms, but I've actually got that disabled and that hasn't really made a difference. It seems to be a little bit happier. I'm not sure what these are by default, because it just gives you auto, but they go down to 0. Setting them all to 0 didn't work, so I've set them all to 1, and that does work. And those are still at the defaults. What else have we got going on here? I think there was something in advanced CPU configuration. Yeah, execute disable bit. We've just disabled that because that can sometimes have a slight impact on performance. Let me just double check if I got PBO. Yeah, I've got PBO set up in a very, very basic way. And I think that's everything. I'll make sure that I've got the random stuff disabled. So it's not going to be connecting to the internet or anything like that. Let me just make sure that my fans are all full speed. They should be. Yeah. And that's all of the BIOS settings. So let's. Oh, was I? Okay. If I was testing at 30 and that was working, and I didn't save it in the profile. Was it working? That's the question. You know what? Tell you what. Let's compromise. Let's give it 32. That's probably fine. Because I can't remember if I did save the profile from the last thing that I did, but it should be alright. Touch wood. I've got some wood here that I can touch. Can I touch that on camera in a way that shows up? Yeah, I'm touching the wood. Alright, so it looks like we're booting here. A2, that's a good sign. O2, and now it should start displaying the temperature. Yep, 41. So there's our temperature. This is handy for like hardware bottom moderation stuff, because if you can see my idle temp is like in the 40s, it's pretty fucking clear that I'm not using any exotic cooling. Anyway, so let's fire up AIDA64. So I've got dual rank B die, it's running tight timings. Let's open up our cache and memory benchmark here and hit start. So this is, and that spat out 66.5. So, hey Matt. So that's 66541 megabytes per second. Now, that's shit, right? Compared to what other people are getting at the top end, that's no good. I mean, to be fair, there are lots of people who are below that. I think it would still put me in the top half, but it's not where I want it to be at all. Now, the thing is, I'm running at 4400, right? So there's a little bit of a calculation that you can do. I didn't plan this. How am I going to do this? You know what? I'm going to write it in chat. So if you do 4400 and then it's divide that by 64 and multiply. No, wait, no. Divide that by 8 and then multiply by 64. And then multiply that by 2. I think so. I think that is the calculation for your theoretical bandwidth, and that gives you 70,400. Now there's a problem with that. If I'm trying to get over 70k, if I'm trying to get, you know, I want to be, I mean, the top people are hitting 80k. Buildzoid was on about 75k. if I have a maximum possible theoretical bandwidth, if everything is like, you know, every single cycle is being used of 70k or 70.5k, I'm screwed, right? So that's getting absolutely nowhere. Now, what I am going to do is I'm going to save a score with this setup. So I'll just do that now because, you know, I do want to have a score saved, right? So I'm using the beta version there for our SPD because the regular version doesn't show the SPD properly. But basically, I have no chance. Like, I thought, okay, yeah, dual rank can be a big performance jump sometimes. But, you know, unless I'm going to be somehow getting more performance than is theoretically possible, which can happen if it's hitting the cache, but I'm not expecting it to start hitting the cache. So, without hitting the cache, I'm not going to get anywhere. I'm not going to be able to get anywhere near what I'd like to get. And so this is why my secret weapon of dual rank B die is actually a bit of a fail. Let's shift that down a bit so the Corsair logo is not as covered. There we go. So screenshot, MS Paint. Please tell me Paint works. Okay. Good. Save that as a bitmap because I don't know 66541. I don't know how stable this setup is. I mean, it seems to be fairly stable, but yeah, that was a terrible joke. I'm sorry. That's everything I need, isn't it? Other than that, it's just a system picture. You know what? Let me snap a system picture. Actually, I've got an SD card in this, haven't I? Zoom out. And I can't tell if it's taken a photo. Hold on. Yep, that's taken a photo. Good. Right. So that's everything that I need. So you might be thinking, well, okay, if the problem is that you're just not running a high enough megahertz, try and run a higher megahertz, right? That would make sense. I mean, you're not wrong. You've got a point. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. So I last streamed a couple of days ago. I've been trying extensively off stream, messing around with all sorts. I have got absolutely nowhere as far as getting it to run any higher. I think 4400 seems to be just a hard wall. I've tried base clock, I've tried moving the multiplier, so let me just set up some looser timings now. Just so that I can, I mean, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll try this and it will actually work. I'm going to loosen out all of the timings that I had set. Let's loosen these out as well, right? And I'll see that that still boots, that there's not like some horrible problem with these timings that stops it from booting at 4400. Which I may have tempted fate there because I'm getting an F9. That's quite funny. Okay. Oh dear. Whoops. Maybe it's going to boot anyway. Sometimes it does F9 and then boot, but it's F9ing again, and that's not promising. Okay, I mean, this is why we do these checks, right? This is why you check. This is why you validate that there isn't some weird, horrible problem with the timings that makes them not work. Because maybe there is, and you don't want to blame the wrong thing. So that's really weird, though. It must be the turnaround timing, because I don't really understand what I'm doing there. Okay, it's going to boot up at some point, but it needs to try a few more times first. While that struggles, I'll just switch to camera only. Take a nice relaxing sip of water. Come on, pip pip. Oh, there we go. Okay, and you can see that's recovered because it's showing 2666 up there. So that's weird. I don't know why it did that. But I've got a fairly clear guess because all of these being loosened out, that should be fine. I don't see why any of those would be a problem. However, these I don't know what I'm doing with, so let's pop those back at 1 and see if that makes it boot. You know, I might... Oh, okay, well it is F9ing, but also... I knew I was going to have a foot-in-mouth moment, but I didn't... I thought the foot-in-mouth moment was just the fact that I bought dual-rank BD. I didn't think I was going to, like, loosen the timings out and that was going to make it stop booting. For crying out loud. Ah, the joys of live television. Does this count as television? I don't have a TV license, but then I'm broadcasting, not watching, so that's fine. Here we go. Let's hit delete, get into the BIOS, and yep, we're seeing 4400 up there, so that means it has booted. Okay, so let's just reboot, and if I know this system, which I think I do by now, it will reboot a lot easier. Come on. No F9 so far. Show me that O2. Show me O2. O2. A9, AB? Yes, good. So it's gone all low resolution. I mean, props to the capture card for handling this. You may have noticed I switched graphics card. This is a GT610. And I don't know, sometimes it's just low resolution because it's vibing or something. Right, anyway, what I wanted to show is we know that those timings have been loosened, we know that they work. So let's try and bump up to 4466 now and see what happens. I'll switch it to the camera so you can see the postcode. We've got a D1 there, just straight D1, not even F9ing, not even trying, just D1, reset, D1, reset, D1, D1. Okay, so let's kill the power. And let's turn that back on. D1. There is a theme here. The theme is D1, which would be a really boring game of D&D. So yeah, and this is what happens when you try and go above 4400. You just get D1. Just nothing but D1. Okay, so let's kill the power. Let's clear the CMOS. And that's going to take a good little while to get back in after clearing the CMOS. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to show you what happens if you try and base clock up to it. So I think the sensible thing to do is, I'm actually not 100% sure what effect this will have, but what I'm going to try first is I'm going to try dropping the memory multiplier and going up with base clock, just to show that it's fine with that level of base clock, and then I'm going to try base clocking up from 4400 to try and hit, you know, 4466, and we'll see what that does. So because this is an older graphics card, it needs CSM mode. It doesn't have a GOP, which you'd think would be a good thing, but ooh, a bit political there, but yeah, it's fine, British audience, so we can all agree on that one, mostly, hopefully. But yeah, it doesn't support graphics output protocol or something, which is something to do with how a UEFI BIOS works. And that means it needs to be in CSM mode, and it takes a little while to realise that, but I think we're just getting there now. There we are. Yeah. So we'll go into setup, and we'll load up our works off stream profile again. It's just I'm not going to take you through the tour, but let's at least scroll. Is that going to let us scroll? Sort of. Sure, let's go with that. Alright. So hopefully this won't have much trouble, it should just boot up. Hopefully. B2, that's a good sign, 98. Keyboard flashing. A2, come on. O2, yep, there's our O2. There we go, good. So that's just booted right up, that's fine. Now let's see what base clock we would need for 4466 for starters. So we need 101.5, right? Now let's drop our memory multiplier down a step, and let's see if that boots. It might actually not. It might make me look a bit silly because I do have PBO enabled. How about that? Well, that's why we check these things. 23. Oh, to be 23 again. This is going to be another one of those I'm not recovering from this moments, isn't it? Alright. Well, what we can do is we can set a manual all-core clock, I think. Oh, no, you know what it is? It's the F clock. I left the F clock high. That's the problem, I think. Right, well, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll drop the F clock down as well this time, because I'd forgotten about that. And what I'll also do is I will set just like 3 gigahertz all core or something like that, at like, I don't know, 1.2 volts, like really, really basic, definitely going to work kind of thing. And then we'll validate this base clock again. I'm sure the base clock ought to work. I'm sure it should be able to do 101.5 for goodness sake. Just needs to actually boot up. I think we're about there. Are we? Come on. Okay, I think we're there now. Alright then. Let's do this again. So we'll load up Works Off Stream, and then we'll set an all-core 3 GHz. Disable PBO. And then we need to set our core voltage, so let's set that to 1.2. That should be fine for 3 GHz, I mean, for goodness sake. Yeah, let's go with that. The good news is, I mean, if the feel of the outside of the heat spreaders on these is anything to go by, I think that fan actually does a pretty good job. I was having a bit of a poke yesterday as well off stream, and it seemed fine. They didn't seem to really get too warm at all. So the fan is not actually lined up with them, but the air's going to be kind of like going all over the place anyway. So yeah, it seems to be working. We're about there, aren't we? Come on, 98, B4, A2, O2. There's our O2. There's our A9, AB. Good. I said good. There we are. So drop our F clock down this time. It was 101.5. 101.5. There we go. Drop the F clock right down to 2300 because I don't know if the intermediate multipliers work or not. I assume they do, but I haven't tried. If that doesn't just boot right up either, I know, for crying out loud. Now, the problem that I have here is what I didn't test off stream, is I didn't test whether there was something else limiting the base clock, really. I just kind of assumed, oh, okay, I can't base clock up. And it's now making me look a bit silly because it's now acting like there's something else limiting the base clock. The problem is, if that's the case, maybe I can still base clock up, right? Maybe if you hit 4466 or higher, excuse me one sec. Maybe if you hit 4466 or higher, like multiplier, maybe there's a problem with those multis. Maybe they don't work right. Maybe, who knows what. This is a problem. Not the fact that it's clearly posting. That's not a problem. That's a good thing. I'm glad about that. But it's a problem because maybe there still is headroom in the dual rank that I just haven't found yet. And I told myself I was going to switch to single rank and just clock up, and now it's making me... Well, now it's faffing around with the CSM to get the graphics card to work, but it's making me wonder, have I missed something? Okay, so what we're going to do, really quickly, load up works off stream, and I think the thing that I'm missing is probably, that's disabled, yeah. Somewhere there's definitely a PCIe mode. It's already set to Gen 1. You know what? Right, okay. So the other possibility is that it just doesn't like jumping up in base clock that fast. So let's plug in 100.5. I think that's everything as it should be, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's see if 100.5 works. No. 23. Ugh, for crying out loud. Okay. I'm going to go with explanation B, right? Explanation B is the one that allows me to get on with things. That is, this setup does not like base clock for whatever reason. And, you know, I have my profile saved. I've got a USB drive in here because the motherboard, the lovely motherboard, wiped my profiles in the middle of the last stream. So lesson learned, don't trust it. I've got the profile saved on a USB drive, I've got the profile saved on the motherboard. So let's swap to the single rank and we'll give that a go. And I might end up coming back to base clock or I might not, as the case may be. So, where's my single rank? It's in a box behind me. Oh, and my lapel mics. Oh, can I reach it? Yeah. I have some Micron sticks as well, but they're low bin, and Corsair and binning, like... Corsair don't put good ICs in their low bin sticks. They just don't. If they find good chips, they're going in a high bin stick. And that is that. So, yeah, I have low bin Corsair Micron. Oh, Spectec, technically. I suspect. I suspect Spectec. Try saying that 6 times quickly. So we're going back to the XMS4. Now, one other thing. I don't think it needs a fan in the sense that it's not overheating, but I get really annoyed with people who say, oh, my temperatures are fine, I'm not overheating. Because it's like, well no, but like, stuff still scales. Stuff cares about temperature. So, since there's plenty of room for the fan, and since it's not blocking any fancy RGB, let's run with a Corsair RAM fan. So, XMS4 with a RAM fan. And I already cleared the CMOS. So let's go. And since all my profiles were wiped, I am fully starting from fresh on this one. Just update the stream title a little bit. Guys, it's amazing how quickly you start feeling tired once you're just, you know, talking and talking and talking. How's that? Oh, that's posted. Lovely, lovely. Right. Press F1 to run setup. Don't mind if I do. So, where to start with this stuff? Well, let's start by maxing the fans. Let's go through our motherboard settings, not time and date. Oh, that's interesting though, it keeps the time and date through a CMOS clear. Yeah, swap those to Gen 1 because can't do any harm. LAN disabled, Wi-Fi disabled, audio disabled, iGPU disabled. Oh one thing I might I have MaxMem set up and I've just moved to a lower memory capacity. This could be interesting. We'll see what it does. And if there's a problem, I don't know. I'm not going to overclock anything. I don't want to have to second guess if stuff doesn't work. So if there's a problem, then I might have to swap back to a larger memory kit, because I don't know how Windows is going to handle that. If I'm lucky, Windows will go, oh, that's not right. You know, you're trying to test with less memory than, you know, is physically possible. You're trying to run negative amounts of RAM. However, the fact that it just rebooted would appear to indicate that Windows does not in fact perform a check for something like that. It assumes that you know what you're doing, which is always a dangerous assumption. Oh, you booting now? I'll be honest, that doesn't look to me like it's loading Windows. I don't know about you, but in my book, when it's loading Windows, well, in my book, when it's loading Windows, there should be a grey doofer going across the screen. But my understanding is there's supposed to be a sort of weird spinny thing, and there isn't a spinny thing. That makes me think that there's a problem here. Okay, let's kill that. And find some more bigger RAM. Where did I leave my 16 gig Micron kit? Oh well, back to the Dominators, I suppose, just for now. You know, I even thought before the stream, I'll have to remember not to screw that up. I'll have to remember to remove the max mem. Have I got that the right way around? I don't have that the right way around. Ah, good thing I didn't press too hard. This is what being on stream does to you, is you start installing your memory the wrong way round. Alright. I'm not going to clip the RAM fan back on because I'm only going to have to change it again. God, you know what I need? I need caffeine. And I'm actually going to have caffeine this time. So while that sorts itself out, I will be back in a moment. Right. F1 to run setup. Just boot. No one can tell me that's not caffeinated. This isn't like yesterday where I came back with a meal replacement shake with no caffeine in it. See, there's the spinny thing. Now that is Windows that's loading. God, I'll try not to like enjoy the energy drink too loudly, but it's nice. It's welcome. Right. I think I'm remembering how to do this. Is it going to complain that I'm not an admin? Motherfucker. Right. So the way that you work around that, the way that you deal with that, is you open the start menu, and then you type in CMD, and you click the run as administrator button, right? I'm falling over my words here. It's only been half an hour. Now, because this Windows OS is like a small dog, that is, it's balked, I'm going to have to do this the more manual way, which involves going into System 32, finding cmd.exe, which is in there somewhere. I could use the search function. That's not balked, but it won't be long. There it is, find command, run that as administrator. There we go. Right. You know what? Let's pop a shortcut on the old desktop for that, eh? How about that? Now if I run, yeah, I can run that as administrator. Good. Right. Shut that down. Kill the power. Bring the power. Dominators out. Oh, put those down less awkwardly. There we go. XMS4 back in. Okay. Fire that up. Okay. That's just going to take a minute, and then hopefully I can actually start getting a real score. Oh, wouldn't that be lovely? Fingers crossed. Device has changed. Yeah, I'm sure. Let's do absolutely nothing about that. Oh, I'll give you the system capture card back. The camera's on a capture card as well. What am I on about? So yes, hopefully this will just happily boot now. If it doesn't, there's something badly wrong. Oh, okay, good, good. I am actually relieved. Good. So what we're going to do here is we need max RAM. So we'll fire up AIDA. Why do I have an AMD? I don't even have an AMD graphics card anymore. Why are you running? Okay, one thing at a time. So fire up AIDA64, and then we'll keep an eye on our memory usage here, and we'll see how much it actually needs. So we're hitting about 2 gig at the moment. I don't know if there's a thing where, like, if you set an excessively tight max mem, if that leads to it hitting the cache more and scoring higher. But I also don't know how I would feel about that as a tweak. Oh, for goodness sake! I just realised I have that where you can't see it. There we are. So you can see we've got our memory peaks there. Those are hitting 2 gig. Alex is heading off and we'll be back in 15. Alright, with any luck I'll still be going, and I probably won't have got a good score yet. Ah, I'm really selling it, aren't I? But it's about the process. It's not about jumping to a good score, it's about the process. It's about what it takes to get that good score. That's why this is a stream and not, you know, a 30-second, like, YouTube short of, like, you know, me with my phone in selfie mode next to a score going, nah! You know, I could do that, but I'm not going to. So there. So, okay, we have 16 gig, we need 2 gig, but I want to leave it a bit of extra just in case. So let's go with BCD edit, set remove memory, 13500, let's go with that. And let's just validate that that behaves itself. Have fun, yeah, thanks. Alright, so it's normal that it takes a minute to restart. This is just, obviously you want to make sure that it's going to boot up and it's going to run fine with the remove mem. Before you start overclocking. Looking good so far. Okay, good. So fire up AIDA64, we'll fire up our task manager again. So it's kind of interesting. Windows 10, I guess, must respond. Oh, that's really interesting, actually. It's hitting some quite high CPU usage peaks. Okay. So it's possible that I'm actually CPU bound. But yeah, so we're hitting more like 1.8 gig max now. So I don't know if that's AIDA, but I think it's Windows 10. I think Windows 10 just responds to how much memory you have available and trims down its use based on that. That is really interesting, though. We'll have to keep that in mind. If we're going to end up CPU bound, I mean, that's a reason to regret not having a 5700G, and it's particularly a reason to regret not going out and buying one, you know, sooner. I think, what's the time now? It's 3:20. Competition closes at 1 AM tomorrow. So yeah, basically, unless I drive to scan and like, I could pick something. I could pick up a 5700G from scan at 9 AM tomorrow, assuming I get up early enough. I would be back here in time for maybe. I mean, I'm assuming I'd need to like, you know, grab a meal or something. Yeah, I would have 2 hours to bench. That's not practical. That's not an option, I don't think. I'll just have to make sure that I clock up the processor. Anyway, this is working fine. That's what I was here to look at. So, oh right, while I'm here, is the start menu unbooked itself yet? No. I want to see if I can uninstall the AMD software, because there's clearly some AMD stuff still on this that was pulled in with the old graphics card drivers. Oh right, I've got chipset drivers, but I've got a GPU drive. Are you? So, if I try and go through the install process, will that give me an uninstall option? You know what? I'm going to try, because the install button here is actually just an extract button. Is it going to? How is that helpful? No. Okay. Right. Let's just not worry about. Well, okay. I can at least go into MS config and just check if there's an AMD. Yeah, we don't need those. Okay. Matt says, I really meant to get a sub in. No way, I've got time before the comp closes. I mean, do you have Corsair RAM? So it's only the first stage that's closing. It's just the AIDA64 stage. If you've got the Corsair RAM, then honestly, I would say just any sub. Like, if you don't think that you're going to get top 5, then just any score at all gets you in the lucky draw. So it's worth subbing, even if it's just, you know, even if it's just a really basic setup, even if there's no chance of winning with it. Okay, that's still behaving itself. But yeah, it's only the first stage that's closing tomorrow, so it's just AIDA64 read. Memory clock, you've got about another week, and then the third stage hasn't even opened yet. I don't know how long that's going to be. I don't like the way that they're doing it. I think that they ought to have run it in a way where all of the stages are open at once and it's for longer, to be honest. Because I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? It's like people, you know, people forget, but oh well. I have my problems with how the competition is being run, just in general. I think that the same CPU restriction is ridiculous, and I think it's off-putting because, like, it means that you're put off from, like, just throwing together whatever you have lying around and making a score. Because then you're locked into that hardware. As well as it's stopping you from, like, maybe... Oh, for goodness sake. I missed my opportunity there. I can't see the postcode properly. Yeah, you're locked in, so it's like... I thought it would be really, really interesting to maybe try a 4x8 configuration on a T topology board. Like, if I could pick up, like, a Gigabyte B550 or an X470 board from them, I could try that out. The problem is, though, if I do that, if I post a score with that, I'm now locked into it. So I have to try and do max memory clock on a T topology board. So instead, I'm on the Unify-X because, I mean, what other board are you going to do for max memory clock, at least when you're an AMD user? And I'm not buying an 11900K for this. Although I probably could have at this point with the amount of money I've fucking spent, but... No, I mean, to be fair, buying into the Intel platform would have been 800, and I think for this, I've bought the 5600G, I've bought the Dominator dual ranks, those were expensive. Yeah. If I'd bought only the single rank B die that I've got in now, and the Intel platform, it wouldn't have been that much more. But I would have still wanted the dual ranks on Intel. I still would have wanted to give those a go, so it doesn't make a difference. Right. So, screw XMP, we're going to just jump right in here with the memory try-it system. And let's jump up to 4600 right here. And we're just using memory try-it, we're just using the built-in profiles, and we'll see what that gives us. I have a lot of respect for MSI's memory try-it system. I think it's a really, really good way to kind of demystify memory overclocking to make it a bit easier on people. Because it does just let you, like, plug in a load of generally sensible settings. Matt says, just the AIDA stage. Okay, I might manage something. I have some maybe E-die, I think. Bench has been idle so long, so need to tear something else down. Yeah, I mean... one of the cool things is you can change RAM. You're not locked into the RAM that you're using, so that's nice, I guess. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because it's a Corsair competition, so they don't want people buying less of their memory. But yeah, I mean, if your daily system is DDR4, you could even just chuck it in that or something, just to get the score in, just for the lucky draw. There wouldn't be any harm in that. But yeah, I mean, anything that you can run, really. I think it does have to be Windows 10. That's the one thing. Right, well, we've booted straight up at 4600 here. which I'm not surprised by. I was expecting that to work. So, yeah, let's just make sure that that's in... Is that okay? Yeah, that's out the way of the camera on stream. So, let's give that a run, and we'll see how that goes. Yep, that's 66827. So right away, just with memory try it, this single rank B die has actually beaten the dual ranks that I spent a day and a half tuning, basically. That is a weirdly high read score. That's a lot higher than write and copy. I'm going to rerun that. I just want to make sure that's not a fluke. Daily is DDR3, unfortunately. Bench is X299. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, with X299, I will say you're not going to be competitive because the AIDA stage is dual channel only. So, on dual channel, you're obviously not going to get that far. Still getting strong read score. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Dual channel on a 9800X is not going to do that well. So don't worry about like how well tuned it's going to be. Just like get it up and running, basically. How's the 1680 V2 holding up anyway? So the daily you said is a Rampage 4 Extreme, Xeon 1680 V2, which is that a hex core, I want to say Ivy Bridge? 32 gigabyte, 2133 G skill, and a 3060 Ti. I mean, that's a... Yeah, I mean, that's an old CPU, but a strong CPU from what I remember. So it's a interesting setup with a modern graphics card. Alright. So, I might regret this, but I'm not going to save that score. Because if I'm only getting slightly above the dual rank config, then I might as well just sub the dual rank config, because it's cooler. It's got more RGBs and stuff. And I actually do think it's kind of really interesting to show like what that configuration is capable of. I'm hoping that the last stage is something like, I mean, maybe per core Y cruncher would be interesting. Something like that. Or, I don't know. But something where it can actually stretch its legs a bit. I'm a little bit worried that I might just get completely screwed at the same time. And, you know, that would be a real, like... It you know, it wigs me out that they're not saying what the stages are, because it's like... Well, but that matters. Okay, so we're going to go up to 4800 now. I think, if I remember rightly, it does 2400 F-clock, so that should be fine. I'm going to set the SoC voltage explicitly to 1.25. It does clock a little better at 1.3, so I'm open to going up if it needs me to go up, but I'm just going to stay at 1.25 for now. And we'll see how that does. But yeah, I don't know what RAM they're envisaging people using for these profiles, because it's like, it's high voltage, but they're also going really, really loose. Like 20, 26, 26 or something. That's really loose. So I'm wondering if they might be expecting people to be running like DJR or something, or Micron, I guess. I mean Micron, right? It's AMD. All right. Well, 4800 is booted right up as well, so that's lovely. So let's get straight in with AIDA64. Yeah, I really wish that they'd opened the competition to DDR3 setups, to be honest. I mean, I see why they didn't. Honestly, one of the things that I've learned from this competition is that CORSAIR DDR4, in all fairness, does not automatically suck. And that is the most backhanded compliment I can think of. I mean, it's... A lot of CORSAIR DDR4 sucks. A lot of their cheaper stuff, they use ICs that are just not very good. And they use PCBs that are just not very good. However, CORSAIR are fully capable of making a good DDR4 kit. There's your quote for the marketing material right there. CORSAIR are fully capable of making a good DDR4 kit. You know, it's very muted praise, but it is a form of praise in a sense. You know, before I started this competition, I would just not have considered CORSAIR at all for competitive overclocking, not for DDR4. Now that I've actually worked with some CORSAIR, yeah, I mean, this stuff, this dual rank 3600 CL14 it is. Is that going to focus? There we are. It's not bad, honestly. I might actually use it for benching. I quite like it. I want to try it out on the X570 Tai Chi because that board seems to be quite good at doing CL12. I want to try it out with CL12 on the Unify-X as well. But I'm encouraged by the results that I've had with it. Okay, so it's 68.5k now. I'll start saving scores when I hit 70k, which hopefully is, touch wood, is going to happen. Is that how touching wood works? I hope it is. That says, oh god, yeah, it would be just to get a sub in. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, yeah. So the 1680 V2 is 8-core 16-thread IVE. It'll only do 4.5, but that's been okay. 3060 Ti was mostly because I had the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. And a lot of modern games, like, especially with high details, like 8 cores at 4.5, even Ivy Bridge cores, that's good, right? I mean, I'm on Haswell E myself. I'm on a 5930K, which is... Oh, I missed the opportunity to get into BIOS. Whoops. But yeah, I'm on a 5930K for my daily. And, you know, it's... A modern game that actually uses the threads is going to be just as happy on that Ivy. And there are lots of good things about modern graphics cards. So yeah, I don't blame you. Don't blame you in the slightest. It's a nice setup. Okay. Watch it now. Start spamming delete. Come on. Come on. O2. Come on. A9. AB. Good. So that was... Oh, that was 2400 F clock as well. Cool. Right. I don't believe it's going to do 2500 F clock. So let's try with 2200 and let's see if this thing will do 5k. Whew. I'm not really expecting it to work, but since I'm just using memory try it, Yeah, that's F9. Since I'm just using memory try it, it's not like there's a lot to lose, right? And it should recover from F9. Right, while that recovers, just check on things. Yep. Things are good. Are you coming back now? Anytime. I do wish it would actually give you like a recovery screen rather than just going straight into OS. I mean, I kind of get it in the sense that like if someone keeps seeing the recovery screen, they're going to go, oh no, my computer's broken, which, I mean, yeah. But if it just kicks you into OS, then you're just going to be like, no, I don't know, it seems to work. Like, you know, someone just like reboots their computer a bunch of times, the recovery kicks in, and it's like, oh, I fixed it. Right, so that didn't work. I'm going to do something very silly, very ridiculous, which is I'm just going to like, I'm going to try the 5100 as well, just like, I don't know, in case it's the extra voltage helps, in case like the multiplier helps. It's not going to work, but I would have felt so silly if I'd found out later that it was going to work. So once that recovers, sorry, one moment. Once that recovers, plan is I'm going to go back to 4800 and then I'm going to go in OS, I'm going to have a look at Zen timings and see what termination settings it's using. And just maybe there's going to be something that I look at and I think I can tweak that, because I have played with the terminations a lot with the dual rank setup. So maybe I can apply something from that to the single rank setup. Possibly. It's optimistic, but it's worth a go, you know? Hey, Alex is back. Hey, how's it going? Well, I've got the single rank setup running. It's currently recovering from me trying to do 5100. Which I wasn't expecting to work because 5000 didn't work, but I thought I'd give it a go, you know? YOLO and all of that. Yo and also low. Right. So given that's not working, let's jump back to 4800. And we'll see what sort of termination settings it's applying. And it's possible then that there will be something, just based on my experience messing with the terminations for dual rank, there might be something where I look at it and go, maybe this will make it happier. And I can perhaps try that. I want to see if I can push the clock just a bit more, maybe hit 4933, even if it's not going to do 5K. Because 4933 would be nice. Yeah. Alex says, sounds good. I'll be lurking here somewhere in the shadows. Alright. Enjoy your lurk. Now, it's giving us a temperature display, right? Like, look at this. It's saying 36, 35. That's a temperature display. Also, like the glare of the red LEDs from the fans makes it look as if buildzoid's been at the board. So it's giving what looks like a temperature display, but there's no actual display output. So I'm just going to hit reset, and hopefully that will sort itself out. Come on, O2. Yeah, there we are, there we are. Okay, good. Good. So let's fire up Zen timings. And you can see that. So what have we got? Proc ODT 43.6, RTT nom RZQ over 3, RTT WR off, RTT park RZQ over 4. Like, the thing is, I don't really know what I'm doing with these, but I do know that those are very, very different to what the other kit was running. And it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that fusking with them might actually help. So, for example, I could try proc ODT of 40. I could try RTT nom. That actually was happier disabled with the other kit. RTT WR, I had that I think I had that at 120 ohms, which is RZQ over 2. I think RZQ is like 240 ohms. I think it might vary from kit to kit. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's room to work with that. And maybe I can tweak something and make it happier. Or maybe I can tweak something and make it unhappy. But there's only one way to find out which, and that's to try. So, advanced DRAM configuration. They ought to call this like a very advanced DRAM configuration or something. Let me just make sure that gear down mode is explicitly enabled, power down is explicitly disabled, bank group swap explicitly enabled. I have no idea what this does, but I didn't see a difference from messing with it. So let's give that 40, and let's try disabling that, and let's see what happens. So what I'm wondering is if by disabling RTT nom, if it's going to affect the other ones right away. Now this is a familiar sight. The old temperature display but no output. Let's try that again. You know, I love to switch GPUs and have more issues rather than less. The heatsink doesn't feel warm. Alright. So let's fire up Zen timings. Yep, so RTTWR is still off, okay. But it's still sitting at 4800 quite happily. Let's just make sure that it can still finish AIDA64 just in case. And while that's running, I'll just check things. What graphics card am I on now? I'm on a GT610. It's an Asus one with a big passive heatsink. I have no idea whether it's... I think there's a Kepler core version. I know that there's a Fermi core version. I don't know which it is. But it's a GT610, one way or another. You know, it might just be me, but I think AIDA's actually scoring worse. That's interesting. Wait, what F clock did I set it to? Did I set it to 2400 or 2200? Because if I set it to 2200, that would be making AIDA score worse. I should check that once the L3 cache latency is finished. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. So these changes have made AIDA64 score worse. Fascinating. Right, well... let's see if it gives us any more clock. Yeah, what I really didn't want to do with the graphics card is I didn't want to have, like, some great big beast of a card that was, like, you know, massive and needed external power connectors just for, like, a display output. Right, I'm actually going to save a quick profile now, since I've started messing with stuff. Should I save to... I'm not going to bother saving to USB just yet. I guess let's just... the timings should be loose enough, so let's just try nudging up the megahertz. $23. Not F9. Just 23. You know that I will never financially recover from this meme? Just that, but with the financially crossed out. Postcode 23, I will never recover from this. I've heard from other people that their Unify-X has died after clearing CMOS a few times, but like, thank you for making me chuckle. I'm glad. Yeah, I've heard from other people that their Unify-X has died after a few CMOS clears. I think if mine was going to do that, it would definitely be dead by now. So what I think might have happened is it might be that they weren't killing the power, they were just hitting the clear CMOS switch with it still powered. And I don't know what that would do, but I can imagine it not being good. Just checking Discord, apparently buildzoid has lost a 1080 FTW. I mean, that happens to me all the time, to be honest. I don't know where my tray of like good PSC is. I haven't got memory trays in many places, so I can guess, but like, yeah. Right. Let's load that profile that we just saved. So if that didn't work, yeah, I really want to try 5K because I want to see if, like, maybe it just doesn't like certain multipliers or something. Oh, well, that's an F9. Okay, so that's either an improvement or worse. It's better in that it's going to recover. Nah, I forgot to switch the camera back to the screen, but that's fine. Because I'd have only had to switch it back to the system, because you're just watching the system, you know, fail to boot. Again. But with a higher chance of recovery this time. Where are we? Oh, C2, that's always a good sign. Come on, nearly there, nearly there. I think that might actually be debug LEDs that are like under the label for the RGB cable. Oh, O2, there we are. Spam delete. Right. So, if that didn't work, I think the next thing to do, I'm going to boot up at 4800 just to, you know, make sure that that's working. And I guess it's more VDIM, right? Like, see if it likes the voltage settings that I gave the dual rank kit. What's it doing? 0D. What? I've not had that one before. Memory overclocking be like. Alright. Clear the CMOS again. The overclocking process is a lot of waiting. There's a reason that I have a second system set up here. It's not just for streaming. You know, normally when I'm overclocking, what I'm doing is I'm watching videos or I'm playing a game or something. Or if I'm completely honest with myself, half the time I'm getting into arguments with people on Discord. But I'm doing something as well as overclocking. Actually, I found something really interesting the other day, which is, so a lot of memory PCBs have like a marking on them that's like E followed by like 6 numbers. And it turns out that those, I thought they correspond to the manufacturer, and UL, you know, like as in UL Benchmarks, the people who publish 3D Mark now, they're the underwriters laboratory, right? They do electrical certifications as well. They have like a database of how those map to manufacturers, which I found by Googling two different of these numbers at the same time. But yeah, since I've mentioned it, let me grab the link to the thing. Copy link. And basically, if you look up that, like any like symbols, or like numbers, like markings that begin with E that you see on PCBs, not just memory PCBs, any PCBs, you can look those up and find out who actually made the PCB, which is of little practical consequence, but it's really interesting, which I think sums up a lot of overclocking just in general. So, let's just load up the profile. The profile worked when I saved it. I saved the profile after it had successfully booted up. So there is no reason that it shouldn't boot up. Right? I don't know why I'm trying to debate this motherboard into posting, but to be fair, it seems to have worked. Yep, and we're in BIOS at 4800. Good. So, next, we were going to try more VDIM. So, what did I have? I had 1.8 VDIM, and I had VTT of 0. I think it was 0.85 for the dual rank. So, let's try that. Let's just see, does that boot up? Does it load Windows? Is it happy? So we'll not worry about what can I do with it, we'll just worry about is it happy first. It should be happy, but you never know. Wait, no, I need to argue with the motherboard. I need to explain to the motherboard it must be happy and then it'll work. Actually, it seems to have worked, so we can skip that step. I'll argue with the motherboard later. When I'm trying hard settings, then I'll just be like, no, these work. The motherboard will be like, yeah, okay, if you say so. Hey, Alice says that is neat. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad someone else finds it interesting. Yeah, it's really cool. I didn't know they had lists for the same numbers on cables, but I mean, I hadn't looked, but yeah, that's also cool. Do I have a random cable here that I can look at? I mean, the first random cable that I picked up doesn't have a number like that, but that's because the cables that I have are mostly crap. Here we are, I've got like an Akasa, is it Akasa, like a Silverstone flat SATA cable. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. So, if I switch to the camera, yeah, that's got E209277 on it. That's really cool. Yeah. Oh, actually, that was the other thing that I found out is, you see that weird like symbol that's like RU, like it's a backwards R and a U. That is that it's UL recognized or something. So it's like not a certification, but it's like that they've audited the process or something. I'm not sure, but UL recognized anyway is what it means. And I think as well that just there it says CRU, and I think that means it's recognized in Canada. Yeah, I don't fully understand this stuff, but it's really interesting. Anyway, I was overclocking some DDR4, so Let's fire up AIDA, just make sure that it still runs, because that's what we want to find out. Need to move the main AIDA window, and then the benchmark won't keep spawning where it overlaps the camera. Hopefully. $66831. So, yeah, I mean that's in the range that you'd expect it to be in. It's good. It's happy. Okay. I think... should we... Yeah. This is about to finish. This is working, so... Let's save this profile. And I think I'll actually save this to the USB drive as well. And then... once that's saved, I guess try more clock again. I'm just trying to think if I can do the voice from Vars, the Far Cry 3 villain, and I don't think I can. I think it would probably not come out well if I tried. Well, I say it wouldn't come out well. I think it would come out like Prince Philip, and I don't know if that's a bad thing. It would be, did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? And like, that sounds nothing like Vars. I don't know why, like, when I think of him and I think of doing his voice, that's all I can think of. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess more mem clock again. Oh no, hold on. Save the profile. And let's save that on our USB drive as well. Works on stream. So that can go next to our works off stream profile. Right. 4866. Let's go. And that's just 23ing again. Alright. Okay. Right, while that recovers, I will be right back. Alright, here we are. So we're back, and it's recovered. Well, I say it's recovered. It's booted up with the CMOS cleared, which is not the same thing as recovering. So let's just load up the profile, and yeah. I guess there's two things I can try. I can try more SoC voltage. I can try messing with the terminations again. And I can try a higher multi just in case it doesn't like that multi. That's not two things, that's three things. And it's giving me 0D again. Look, we talked about this. Go. Heck. Okay. So apparently debating the motherboard over whether or not it's going to post the settings is actually an integral part of the procedure to get it to post. So that's information. That's something to keep in mind. If I'd written XMS4 a little bit higher, then it would be showing up better on camera. Not that that's the main problem that I'm facing right now. I'm not really sure what the main problem I'm facing right now is. I don't know, probably ringing or something. Right, if I set you to boot up at 4666, doing the settings that you were previously booting at 4800, you should have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. Why is it doing 0D again? Oh. Heck. Maybe it doesn't like my termination settings. Because to be fair, I didn't really finish fiddling with the termination settings. So I guess we can go back and have another look at that. Hey there again, I guess. Hey Alex. How's it going for you? Better than this, I hope. Like, I haven't forgotten something silly. Like, you know, it's not, nothing's overheating. There's fans everywhere. The water pump's running. Alex says, sitting here disassembling a Titan X. Which one? The Maxwell one was the original one, right? Why are you disassembling it? You slapping a water block on it? Alex says Maxwell, yeah, just needs some new paste. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess yeah, it's been a while now. They'll be getting on a bit for sure. Yeah. What paste are you using? Alex is using Cryonaut. Nice, nice. Oh, for crying out loud. How? Why? What is your problem? Why are you not working? Why are you not D'ing on me? Why? Okay. I don't understand why this thing isn't working. Okay. Sorry, I'm shaking the camera a bit by leaning on the table here, aren't I? This is what I was afraid of. That's why I had it in a weird position before, because it was clamped to, like, I've got a TV stand with no TV on it down between my desks. It was clamped to that. But now it's clamped to the table, so if I'm leaning on the table, the camera shakes. Can't win. Should I reseat the memory? Can't hurt. Go try without the fan. Do I want to try without the fan? Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. I don't think it's likely to help, but like, the thing is, I don't know what the problem is, so I don't know what's likely to help. Okay, that's not made a difference. Okay. Actually, I'll clip the fan back on there. Alex says shaking a tiny bit for me doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, I want to avoid it where I can, but like, I guess I'm not exactly leaning on the table that much, so hopefully it's alright. And also I'm not on this full system picture most of the time. Most of the time it's just in the corner. So it shouldn't be as big of a deal. But I don't want to make anyone seasick. Then again, if you're watching this stream like on a VR headset, then I think that's your problem. I don't know why anyone would do that. Right. Is it optimistic to switch to this view so early? Yeah, probably. Come on. Alice says, I knew a guy who spent basically his entire free time in VR. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, with stuff like that, it's kind of, I don't know what to say about it, because it's like, I don't want to say something that's going to be sort of judgmental, because, like, I mean, A, it's not doing anyone else any harm, but B, like, you feel like when you hear that it's not a happy story. Like, I like to say when I'm thinking about someone and I'm thinking like what to think of them, like, would somebody like as a kid say, oh, this is what I want my life to be. And if the answer's no, then, you know, I'm getting much deeper than I intended to on an overclocking stream, but like, you see people sometimes, like, you know, people who are kind of disliked by one group or another, and you sort of think, well, you know, even if I don't like what this person's chosen to do with their life, I also kind of feel sorry for them because, like, they clearly aren't having a nice time. So, yeah. But that doesn't really apply here. This is more just like, I don't know. I mean, I spend basically my entire free time, like, at desks, like, just playing games that way, which is probably worse for my general health. So, yeah, I mean, I can't really say anything about it, can I? Okay, so the profile's being weird, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through, I'm going to set my settings, and then I'm going to go again from there. Because maybe it just has some kind of problem with the profile, I don't know. That was basically everything, wasn't it? What does that even unlock? Like, is it some kind of power, like voltage thing? Like, maybe I'm missing something. I don't feel like that even unlocks anything. Right, so I was going to... There we are, execute disable bit. Disabled. Yeah, and let's just... Oh, fans. Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're wearing a VR headset anyway, you would watch streams in VR, I suppose. I don't see why not. I mean, is there like a VR program that would let you, like, have a similar experience to sitting in a room, like, where you could, like, be watching something, but, like, it's on a virtual screen in a virtual room? You know, that sounds like something that it would make sense for that to exist, right? Might be a bit weird to implement. I may have missed my chance on the BIOS there. What's it doing now? Okay. Alright. So JDEC has booted. Let's go back to 4800. Yeah, I mean, I guess it sort of, it says something about me in a way that, like, I hear about someone, like, spending a lot of time in VR, and I kind of, you know, go off about not judging people, which actually kind of reveals that my instinct is to judge that. Which I don't know why. Because it's you know, it doesn't affect me. I don't know why I'm treating it, you know, the way that you treat, like, somebody doing something, you know, where you could sort of say, oh, you're having a negative effect on someone else. Anyway, it's 4800 memory, try it, loads up, 1.25 SoC. This was working before, so there's no reason it shouldn't work now. Alice says, and the overclock on my daily system is suddenly having errors. That's annoying. Yeah. Daily memory overclocking, like, I have a lot of respect for the people who, like, have really tuned their memory overclocks on, like, a daily system. Not only because they are astonishingly fast sometimes, but it's so much like... I mean, if you think this is frustrating, all I'm trying to do is run AIDA64, right? Like, it takes a couple of minutes, maybe. If this is, like, actually running a proper memory stress test, yeah. I mean, it's not really an overclock. I mean, what is it then? Is it one of those things where it's like you've got, you know, a kit that's rated at like 4400 or something, and you're playing it at 36? Matt says you get kind of VR theatre things. I guess ideas to watch with other people. Yeah, fair enough. I got a Rift S a while ago and played a bunch of Phasmophobia with some mates. That's an experience. Phasmophobia, that's that like kind of Ghostbusters-y game, right? Like, that's a really weird way of putting it. Like, it's an immersive game about being ghost hunters. I think I've seen it streamed a little bit, and it looks like, you know, sort of already pretty immersive. So yeah, that I can see how that would be an experience. Yeah, goodness me, yeah. Alice says it's the 3600 TL18 dual rank good RAM kit. Oh yeah, right, yeah, of course, I remember. Running at 333 CL16 because Zen Plus. 3333 it for dual rank on Zen Plus is not bad. Yeah. What did it end up being? Did it end up being like a Hynix thing or Micron thing or what? It's not C-Die, is it? Typhoon says Hynix. Oh, that's a good sign. Yeah, if there's one thing that Typhoon tends to be, but I don't know which, it seems to lose stability above 1.35. I mean, that's very C-Die-ish behaviour, but I don't know. I mean, it could be CJR, or it could be maybe like a binning thing. Like, I don't know if you have to bin for voltage tolerance on Hynix, but I know with CJR, it has this annoying habit of dying if you run it at like... Well, it doesn't die. CJR degrades really badly, like if you run at 1.45 or 1.5 for a long period. Like people have... I think there was someone dailied it at like 1.45 and had like really noticeable degradation after a few months. Or maybe it's like a thermal thing? I don't know. That's weird. Right. Speaking of weird, the fact that like just the memory try-it settings without messing with terminations seem to be scoring like 3k better. That's also weird. Right, so I'm gonna just plug in my high voltage settings and just see if that is still happy, or see if I start getting the dreaded 0D again. No, we've gone straight past 0D. That's good. Thermal's really good in my case for RAM loss, says Alex. Yeah, I mean, presumably the heatsink's decent. I have no idea what good RAM's DDR4 heatsinks are like. P12 directly blowing across the sticks. Yeah, I mean, that should be fine. And Alex says, finally I got the stupid screw off. That's good to hear. So, yeah, NVIDIA's reference cards are pretty fiddly to disassemble, right? Like, just in general. At least modern ones. Like, it was Kepler, wasn't it? With the 680 that NVIDIA started doing, like, really sort of nice-looking reference cards. Although, you could argue... I like the GTX 480. I like the way that a GTX 480 looks, but I acknowledge that other people don't. But the GTX 480 was fairly easy to disassemble, whereas the 680 and onwards I'm not so sure about. Nvidia had that 20 series glue usage, says Alice. Yeah, yeah, God, yeah. Now you mention it, it was, yeah, because they had the like dual fan Founders Edition cooler, and it was like, wasn't it that there's something between the fans that was like an RGB logo, and that was like glued in, but also there's screws under there or something like that. Yeah, I remember it was awful. Right, let's quickly make sure that AIDA's happy at 1.8 volts. And then I guess I could try more. Alex says thermal paste is lacking on half the core. Goodness me, that's concerning. I mean, good thing you're repasting, I suppose. What megahertz did buildzoid end up with? 76213 points. Where's his? Oh no. Okay. So buildzoid was running like over 5k. Right. Okay. So I've got absolutely no chance of catching that at 4800. So if I can't get it to clock any higher, then I just have to kind of accept that I'm not getting anywhere near him. I've kind of accepted that. I don't know if it's like if the Master's actually better than the Unify-X, or if I think he was on like Vengeance Pro or something RGB, like something that had a 10-layer PCB, whereas these sticks are on an 8-layer PCB that seems to be basically stock A2, except I think it has like a webbed ground plane, so it's actually worse than stock A2, you could argue. But it is, I think, the same PCB that they used for like the 5000 kits. So I mean, you'd think it would be decent, but yeah. Is it bad that I'm wondering about SPD editing the dual rank sticks? That's probably a really bad idea. I shouldn't do that. I don't want to brick 300 quid, 360 quid RAM. Let's go to 2 volts. I guess we'll try 0.95 3TT. And we'll just see if that boots up. It says, otherwise the card's very, very clean. Guess me dusting the card often wasn't that bad an idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Okay, it's giving me 22 at 2 volts. This is probably... Oh, no, I've got an F9. I've got an F9. Okay. It's not going to be a CMOS clear, hopefully. Yeah, I'm glad to hear dusting the card out was working. And is that going to just stick on F9? Nope. It's rebooting. It's going to try, and it's hopefully going to recover then. Okay, that's good. I like it when it recovers. It's a lot better than the alternative. You know, I've got an MSI Z87 board, and the recovery process on that is just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Just saying. Like, did I catch it? Oh, I caught it. Sweet. Right, good. Yeah, I've heard that it's like AMD's fault. I just realised I'm just gonna just let you see the BIOS version and system specs there. Just so that's actually in the stream somewhere. I have a system only option. I could have, well, whatever. So 2 volts it wasn't happy with. What if I try 0.9 VTT, since it seems to recover? Oh, well, oh, no, that's 22. That's 22. I see 22. Reset, and 22 again. Does 22 mean it's more or less happy than F9? Oh, thank goodness, there's an F9. Good, good, good. I'm going to try lowering VTT again. Maybe it just likes 0.85 VTT. That would make sense, I think. I think it would make sense. So if you're just joining us, this is most of the stream, really, is a setting not working and watching the board recover from it. Or alternatively, a setting not working and watching the board sorting itself out after clearing CMOS. One of the two. Currently what I'm doing is I'm trying to see if I can get it to take high voltage. So I'm not running very aggressive settings yet, but I'm just trying to put the voltage through it, just see is it actually going to accept that voltage or not, because that's important. You know, if it can't accept the voltage at all, then it's not going to be able to do high settings using the voltage. So I need to see if it is willing to accept the voltage at all. Did the camera just shift slightly? Once I'm in BIOS, I'm just going to check the camera's... Oh, what? Okay, so... Yeah, that's screwed on tight. It just gave me the message about the graphics output protocol, so it seems to have, like, fully reset itself, I guess? Well, that's annoying. Right, okay. Let's set everything back up. At least I'm getting used to it. Hold on. So, execute disable bit off. Memory, try it. We were doing 4800 at 2400 F clock. And SOC voltage, we're forcing that to 1.25. Come on then. I've actually been going for over 2 hours. So I'm glad that I've been taking it a little bit slower. It's, you know, it's also not been full of success, but I at least feel like I know where I am right now. Whereas last time I streamed for 2 hours, and not only did I get absolutely nowhere, but like I didn't know what I was doing. Well, okay, that's a name that I don't recognise and a random link. I'm not sure about that. Oh, lovely. Thanks. Thanks, Alex. Is there a thing I can do that makes it so... because I know... so I can block links, but if I block links it's for everybody, and I don't really want to do that. Okay, how do I get back from moderation settings now? I opened moderation settings. I want to go back to like... Oh, goodness gracious me, this is... Ugh. Okay, 'cause OBS has like built-in stream management stuff, right? But it's like, it's just a browser window inside OBS. Okay, so I've closed the window in OBS and it said you just closed the dockable window. If you'd like to show it again, use the View Docs menu on the menu bar. Okay, that's very helpful, OBS, thank you. So if I reopen it now, and it gives me stream chat. Hey, Zandakusa says I'd keep watching, but I gotta go to work. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, I'll get something good out of it. Let's see what I can do with 1.8 because I know it's okay with 1.8. So let's they're going to do flat 16s, 40. Maybe, is this a little optimistic? This is probably a little optimistic. Let's not be too hasty. I had a lot of trouble yesterday because I was trying to tighten up my RRDs too tight. So I'm going to be a little bit wary of that. But I don't want them to be like totally awful. Yeah, okay, that's as much as I'm comfortable doing without actually checking if it works. Alex has posted a picture of his Titan X core. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, yeah, you can tell that's old thermal paste. Jeez. It's a lot of, like, just bare silicon. Hopefully it's okay. Presumably the card was, like, still running fine? Oh, hello. What's happened here? So I get O2, and then I get my temperature display. And it's loading Windows. And it's in Windows. Sweet. Let's go. Cache and memory benchmark. Start benchmark. Whew. 71.8k. Yes. Alex says, still works. Thermals weren't optimal. Yeah, you don't say. Whew. Okay, I'm pretty happy about this 71.8k. I'm happy about that. Where does that put me overall? That would put me at 17. That would put me just ahead of Salty Croissant, one of buildzoid's followers. So that's all right. That's something. What's Salty using? He's got the same kit. The 3600 CL14 Vengeance. What's his system setup? 5900. Oh, right. Okay. Being super glad about beating someone and then finding out they're on a 5900X, which is like not a great chip for this kind of thing, unfortunately. The score isn't suboptimal though. Yeah, I'm happy with this score. This is good. Definitely saving this one. I think I may have got higher ones off stream still. Okay, Windows Explorer is going to take forever to open, so let's fire up some CPU Zs. So 72454, I guess, is my best off stream. Why did I go to open that? I don't need to open that now. Now that's going to take forever. Okay. There we are. Good. Mainboard. SPD, memory, CPU. Boop. MS Paint. MS Paint is going to take a minute. I don't know if it's like that the OS is just messed up or if it's the SSD it's on, because it's on a crappy like Sunbow branded SSD. Right, so that's 71799. Saved. And the other part of saving is I need a system picture. That's a photo taken on the camera. Good. Right, well. Where do we go from there? I guess I still need to clock the CPU up, actually. Oh, let me put you back on the system cam. So I could start by just setting PBO. See if that helps. There's a bunch more timings I can touch. I can do TRFC. I've not done that yet. But yeah, this is promising. Okay, I just need to update the stream title actually. Right. Got 71.6 gigabytes per second, trying for 73. Yeah, right. PBO, that's what I was doing. That should all work fine. Matt says, BRB dinner time. Alright, well, have a nice dinner. I might well still be going at this rate. I'm actually feeling alright, so... yeah, probably going to carry on for a while. Right, and we're in the OS with PBO, so this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what like just PBO does on its own. It was 71.6k. Okay, it's 71.9k. I mean, that's an improvement. That's solid. Yeah, clearly CPU clocks do matter. They're not the be-all and end-all, but they do matter. So that's good to know. Stretching a bit as I've been sitting down for, you know, not solid, but I've been sitting down for, you know, a couple of hours, 2.5 hours. Right. Well, let's save another screenshot, since we're now getting some good scores, getting scores worth saving. Yeah, I want to hit 73k because I don't want my best score to be a score that I made off stream. Not that it really matters. It just, you know, it would be nice, you know. It would be nice for it to actually be something that I've made on stream, and this is going well. I'm enjoying this, so I might end up doing more streams like this. Obviously, I've got max memory clock that I still need to do. I might see if I can maybe try and push higher clock on Micron, and if that gets me a better AIDA score at all, I guess, if I have time and if I feel up to it. What else? Yeah, I want to just stream like overclocking in general, like GPU stuff, like take my 5950X, take maybe the dual rank B die now that I've got, and just have at some GPU benchmarks, perhaps. Probably not this, not too soon, but like once we get into winter. 71923. 71923. Because yeah, next week is actually going to be really warm here. Like it's going to be sort of mid-20s, and the way that my house deals with heat is it sucks in all of the heat from the sun, and it's not that it doesn't let heat out, it's that it doesn't let heat out well enough in the summer. It's very, very good at solar heat gain. I really need to get something done about that, like get a film on the windows or something, but like a film on the inside of the windows isn't going to do any good, because like where's it going to reflect the heat back to, right? It's just going to reflect it like into the window. It's just going to heat the window up, and then the window's going to act like a radiator, so that's useless. I need something on the outside of the windows that's going to reflect the heat outwards. But there's always something else to be getting on with. There's always something else to get around to. Right. Let's carry on with primaries. Let's do 15, 15, 15. Not on cast latency because we're running gear down mode. Should I save a profile? Yeah, I should save a profile. Is that saved? I think it's saved. Right. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll actually have a schedule. That would be nice. I don't know. It's kind of a. It seems like kind of a nice thing to do, because it's like, if you have a consistent schedule, it's like it helps with the motivation thing, but it's also like helps keep it confined. I don't want to end up in a situation where, like, you know, day to day, I'm like thinking, oh, should I stream, and then I'm feeling bad for not streaming. But like, if I had like a schedule that's like, okay, this 2 hours a week, I'll like see if I can do some overclocking stuff on stream. That'd be cool. I think I'd like that. God, Matt has not helped by mentioning dinner. I'm starting to feel a bit hungry now. $717.50. That's not really an improvement, is it? I don't think that's an improvement. I'm not going to save that. Right. Okay. So 16, 15, 15 works, but the performance is not any better. And that's the wonderful thing. Wonderful. Yeah, that's the thing about a read bandwidth test, right? Is it's it's not necessarily that sensitive to. I mean, these are not even read-related timings, so yeah. Is cast delay a thing on this? I don't know. Okay. Save a profile. Now, the big guns are going to be RFC. RFC is going to make a big difference. But I'm always nervous of tuning RFC because I'm always thinking like, well, is it going to cause a problem for me? Is it going to like start corrupting things? So, let's lock in cast write latency at 14 and try CL14. CL14 at 4800 would make this memory pretty fucking strong, to my understanding. So I'm not necessarily expecting it to work. Yeah, that's an F9. Okay. Hey, mate. Hey, Deepa. Good to see you. I'm currently F9ing because I tried to do 4800 CL14 at 1.8 volts. Which, now I think about it, does sound a little bit silly, doesn't it? Did buildzoid tweet again? I know he tweeted the stream last time. No, I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Deep says, I see you're testing the meme LPX. Yes, yeah, the XMS4. It's definitely RAM. Yeah. It works. It's not as good as the Oloys that I've got. Which is interesting because I think the Oloys are actually on the same PCB, so they're probably just legitimately better binned. But yeah, it's definitely RAM. Hey, I caught the BIOS. Right. So that recovered. Let's loosen back out to 16. And go from there. I should probably have a look if it's happy with 2T. Because if it's happy with 2T, that might help me to push clocks. If it posts. And the other thing is, if it's happy with 2T, then I have a hope of getting it to maybe do CL15. So, what's my gear down mode setting? Do I have that explicitly enabled? I might have that explicitly enabled. No, that's auto. Power down enable can go. That's explicitly enabled. If I'm doing 2T, that needs to be explicitly disabled. Let's see if that works. Oh, it's looking promising. Alright, while that posts, Deepa says you got 4 CJR DIMMs. Ah, worth a go. I mean, you know, an entry's an entry. Forks asks, how's it going? Pretty well. So, I haven't hit 72k yet, but I've been doing okay. I've been not far off. It's being a bit weird now. I've got the temperature display on the postcode, where you can see it's at like 44 and dropping. It's down to 39 now, but I've got no output, so I'm just going to hit reset. But yeah, currently seeing what I can do at 4800, and then I want to try and clock it up higher. I've tried a little bit and it hasn't worked, but I know that if I don't clock it up higher, then I'm not going to be able to beat buildzoid, I don't think. My efficiency might be a bit better. I'm not sure. Oh no, okay, yeah, buildzoid got like 76k. So yeah, his clocks are higher and his efficiency is probably, if anything, a little better. But it's going alright. I'm above 70k, so there's something. So what I've done just now is I've swapped to 2T because I think that might let me push higher clocks. It might let me drop cast latency to 15, maybe, hopefully. Oof, oof, oof. Oh, no, no. Oh, dear. Okay. Wow. That has cost me like 1.5 gigabytes per second. Forks says, for testing purposes, couldn't you run the memory tests only in AIDA? Yes. Yes, I could. Oh, my latency's gone down though. That's interesting. Deeper says rerun it more times. I've not seen that big. That drop's got to be real though. Like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's. I can try like rerunning individual tests, but basically, I want to have everything completed for the screenshot. Is it change order? Is it double click to run it again? Yeah. It actually improves a lot sometimes, says Deeper. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being something it would do. Because it's one of those benchmarks. But this... yeah, that's... I think I'm going to take that as AIDA64 telling me to bugger off. So... just double click on memory to run only the first row. I can't remember if the rules require all of the memory tests or all of the tests. And the other tests don't take too long. And if I get a good score, I want to be able to just screenshot it. I don't have to do them. Okay. I feel better about doing them all. I don't know. I can't really explain it. I just, yeah. Alright, well, the whole point of doing 2T is to see if I can either get lower cast latency or get higher clocks. So, let's quickly save that as work in progress 2T. And let's see if I can get higher clocks with 2T. If I can get higher clocks, it's worth it. Which is not looking good for it being worth it because that's a 23. Well, this is why you save profiles. Eventually it will recover. Till then, I'm just going to enjoy the sweet sound of a mildly cursed water loop. There it is, right. Deepa says, off-topic question, can I join the AHOC Discord just by subbing to BZ on Twitch? Yes, you can. You can even use your free Twitch Prime sub if you have that. You have to link your Twitch account to your Discord account through Discord, and then let me find where it was. Is that posted? That's posted. It's under connections, I think. Oh, I can't fiddle with my settings because Discord knows I'm streaming, but I think it should be under settings and connection, like user settings, then connections, and then there should be like a Twitch thing, and it should like show what servers you have access to through there, and there should be a join button. Already linked and I subbed yesterday. Yeah, I mean it should be showing up there, Jan. Then Twitch can be weird about it sometimes. It doesn't always work right, and I don't know what you could do about that other than, like, I guess try removing it and reconnecting it, maybe? Yeah. So, Tutti didn't help with clocks, but let's see if it gives us CL15. And if so, let's see if that's worth it. Need to press the join button though. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Okay. Oh, what's it doing? I am concerned. Oh, it's loading Windows. Right, we're in Windows. CL15 at 4800. 2T. Let's do this. Of course, I haven't actually tried 1T with gear down mode off. It would be quite funny if that works. 2T is more fun to say though. Okay, that's not great. I'll rerun that, but that's not great. Really low latency though. It's weird how 2T command rate gives you lower latency. Like by a lot. I don't know what's up with that. God, I remember, I think it was after I last streamed and I was doing testing off stream. And I was thinking, oh, I'm hearing more like coil whine from the VRM now. I don't know, is that something to do with my settings? And then AIDA says heck off. Then I realised that like I'd forgotten to turn the cooling loop on. Unfortunately, it's not exactly a high power use chip, so it was fine. Right, so as much as that's running CL15, it's also really not helping. It's weird how much of a difference that makes. I guess maybe there's some like RTLE type thing at play. Forks and Deep are both saying the same. Yeah, it's not the first time that I've done something like that. I don't know what it was hitting this time, but like it does have a temperature display, and from what I recall, it was showing like it was maybe 60 or 70, and then it just like fell off a cliff when I turned the cooler on. Like, should I do this or is this a terrible idea? You know what? Yeah. So, just to illustrate like how little power this CPU uses. So you've got a CPU core temperature display up there, and I've turned the cooler off. It's still just showing 37, 38 now, but it's barely climbing, right? And that's with this off completely. So there's no water moving. Up to 40 now. 41. 42, 43, so it's starting to climb. It's starting to climb like meaningfully. So that's probably just like the thermal mass of the water above the block was helping it at first. He had on a 980X that was getting hot as fuck. He had it set at 4.6 in BIOS. Ooh. I'm not really that familiar with 1366. I mean, I say that, I've LN2'd it before, but like, I'm not that familiar with it still. It's, I don't know. There's a lot to that platform, a lot more than I know. Right, it's hitting 48 now, so I'm going to turn the loop back on. You know, it's not that kind of stream. And you can just see it immediately drop off a cliff. Right back, 44, 43. And I'll let that get back into the 30s before I try and boot, because I'm going to be trying to boot at 1T. Which is not going to be easy, so I don't want to be like, oh, was it because I had the CPU too hot? So I'll just let that sit for a moment. But yeah, it's interesting. The temperature doesn't like shoot up, and it does drop really fast. But like the pump that I've got here is the great big D5 pump, and like the water's moving really fast through the entire loop, which is good. There is a leak somewhere in the water loop. Like, actually, this is probably not... is it a good time? Yeah. Okay. Screw it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to camera... So you can see my hand in shot there. My hand is holding onto the tripod-y thing that the camera's attached to. So the camera's free now. So I'm going to take you round. And there are two things to note here, right? One thing is the amount that the water there is like going up and down, right? So like there's clearly a lot of flow, but the other thing is that silver line that I drew on it was the water level, and you can see it's below it. Yeah, not to like add a note of jeopardy or anything, but yeah, the loop has a leak somewhere, and I don't know where. Right, so screw that back on. Oh, okay. I think we're good. We're good. Yeah, good. All right, so we're down to 34 on the CPU now. So let's give 1T a go. Let's see what happens. Wow, I mean that's it's not looking unhappy about it. There's no F9, no sticking on anything. That's a B298. I think straight 1T is just booted, you know? Okay. Oh. Hey! Okay, it's booted, but it's booted at low resolution for some reason, which I've been having a lot of this in testing, and I don't think it's an instability thing. I think it's just random. I don't know why. It affects the BIOS as well. So I'm just going to reset it, and it should clear. It should behave itself again. You would think I'll just turn the resolution up in Windows, but between how broken my Windows install is and everything else, that doesn't work. There we go. Alex says the 1060 Turbo has yellow thermal pads. Looks kind of odd. Yeah, that sounds kind of odd. Were they yellow originally? Because I can imagine like a thermal pad kind of yellowing with age. Right. Retest running. 71678. Well, okay, so the good news is 1T works. And CL15 works with it. The bad news is that is to no end whatsoever. Well, I mean, on the plus side, I've got great latency score. 1T at 4800, I mean, that's cool, that's impressive. It's also not a lot of use right now. That's interesting, though. I mean, the fact that Corsair, like, are getting that kind of low latency, that kind of command rate, I mean, it's very cool. You know, well done them. But this needs to be, like, more. Do be more. Yeah. I don't know. I can believe that reruns help, but I think my inclination is that, like, reboots are more likely to help. I don't know. The thing is, I really don't expect this to be able to do a higher clock, because I've not had any luck with that so far. So what that means is I need to find timings that are going to help. And I know TRFC. I don't wanna. I'm gonna have to at some point. I don't wanna. I'm avoiding TRFC. If I say I'm gonna finish the stream and I haven't done TRFC yet, feel free to yell at me. In all other circumstances, you have no right at all to yell at me, though, just to be clear. That's how this works. That's the deal. Right. I mean, I could try lower TRP, but I don't think it would do anything. I could try lower TRC DWR, but I don't think it would do anything. I could try just flat 14s. That might do something. Let's try that. Not flat 14s. I mean CL15, but like, yeah. TRFC. Yeah. Well, that's a good point, actually. I need to do the other pirate timings, like TRDRD. That's worth doing. Well, that's booted, but it's booted at low resolution. Fucking-gan. Oh, or has it? No, it's not. Okay, good. Yeah, to quote Redux, pirate timings are very important. Oh. Does TXP do anything on AMD? I have no idea. I don't even know if AMD has TXP, if I'm completely honest. Nor do I know what it does. I have a vague feeling it might be something to do with like power down mode, which I've got disabled anyway. But I'm not sure. Like, I've seen it on Intel. I've seen it on like Z87. But, yeah. Okay, so if that's not happy, it's normally TRCDRD that's going to be the problem out of those. So let's try that. Yeah, Deepa says TXP question mark. I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's like the weird thing with being kind of this deep and into like overclocking and tech generally is it's like people kind of assume that like people make the mistake of thinking that I'm good at overclocking. I'm good at some things that are related to overclocking, and not infrequently that means that I can get a good overclock, but like there's so much to overclocking that there's plenty of room for me to not be good at stuff. What's it doing? It looks like Windows hasn't loaded correctly. Okay. That might just be because I tried to just use the reset switch. I'm going to try that once more. And then if that doesn't work, I'm going to, I guess, reevaluate some decisions. But yeah, Fox says, I don't know why Alatron deleted his post. Alatron has done some genuinely good testing and has done some genuinely good research, but he's also been involved in like faking results and has like a bunch of different accounts and stuff. And the way that he responds to this being called out is to just kind of like you know, leave whatever Discord server it's mentioned in. So I don't know if like somebody on Reddit might have like called out like, oh, aren't you that Keki guy who's been like faking screenshots? And maybe that happened and he just responded by deleting his Reddit account. I don't know. Or deleting all of his posts. It's unfortunate, yeah, because he's, as you say, he's done some genuinely good research as well. But yeah. Seemed like a bright kid, shame to see it go that way. Yeah, exactly. And it's the tough thing with overclocking is like, if you make the mistake of thinking that you're good at overclocking, then you sit down to try and do something and you feel like, I should be able to do this, right? Like, I'm smart enough to do this. And if it turns out that like just the hardware isn't capable, or there isn't actually like a magical way to get a better score that no one else has thought of yet, that can be very kind of frustrating, because it's easy to like make the mistake of tying up your ego in how successful you are at overclocking. And the truth is that success in overclocking comes down to a lot of things. A lot of it's just kind of luck. A lot of it is having the right hardware. A lot of it is just the time that you put in testing lots of different things. I mean, I've been going for 3 hours now, and I still haven't got that bloody far. 71772, that's not good enough to bother saving. Come on. Sorry to get all, like, serious. But yeah, I mean, it's something that I kind of struggle with, is, like, trying to approach it as a fun thing and, like, not worry too much about, like, where I end up ranking, at least not to let that get caught up in my ego. You know, not to start thinking, like, that it reflects badly on me if I don't get a good enough score. Right. I should probably, at the very least, try and do TRC. I have no idea what the normal limits for TRC are, so yeah, I'm flailing against this. Like, I know what normal TRC is on, like, PSC, and that's it. So if you've got 1 gigabit power chip DDR3, then I've got a good idea of what to set TRC to, and beyond that, I have nothing. Deep says, what IC do you have? Right now, I'm using B-Die. It's a 3600 CL14 bin, and it's on an 8-layer reference A2 PCB layout with a webbed ground plane. I'm not sure who manufactured the PCB, but it's reference A2, and that has that's booted without the GPU displaying anything again. Why does this keep happening? But yeah, it's B-Die at the moment. I have some Micron stuff as well, but it's not exactly high bin Micron. Deepa says, go look into Discord DMs in about a minute. I mean, I'm sure I could... I mean, I could just try and copy buildzoid's timings, right? But I don't really want to. You know, partially I want to kind of show the process on stream. But also, I want to get a feel for it, and I'm not going to learn anything if I'm just, like... plugging it into a table. Oh, hey, Gamoy's Monster. Am I pronouncing that? I saw the umlauts in, like, your name on Discord. Is it pronounced Gamoy's, or am I way off there? Yeah, kind of close. It's between an English U and E, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of like an... It's like sort of bounce here. It's like an sound, but like... I've been trying to learn German, but I have no idea how that would work, like with an E after it. Like, I've been trying to learn German. I've not been succeeding very much. So, yeah. Currently, the situation is still pretty much that ich spreche kein Deutsch. But, you know, if I get more time to put in, I might get there. Right, 72k, I need to save that. Deeper says 3600 ATM. Do you mean? Yeah. Um, yeah, I was going to say like CPU or memory clock, because in either case, no. Actually, the stream system is a 3600. I think it's a 3600X. Try 480 TRFC in good time. I don't want to touch TRFC until I'm happy with my others, because I don't trust it. Right. So that's 72091. So that's an improvement. Let me just check if I set that to PNG. What was my best off-stream score again? My best off-stream was 72454. So we're getting there. We're getting close. Anyone know already what stage 3 is going to be? I have no idea. There was some like weird rumor about like Benchmate or Cinebench even. I don't know. But Cinebench would make no sense, and supposedly like low core count CPUs are not going to be at a disadvantage. So I have a weird feeling it might be Cinebench per core, but that's not a memory. I mean, maybe for like R23 or something, but like it's not really a memory benchmark. Maybe they're going to set like a gigahertz limit as well. Maybe it's going to be like 4 gigahertz CPU or something. Save work in progress. Right. Do I want to see if TRP can go any lower? Yeah, why not? Let's find out. Pi Prime would be fun. Deep says, imagine if it was Super Pi lol. I think AMD's competitive in Super Pi now, aren't they? Or has that gone away again with Rocket Lake? And yeah, Pi Prime and Super Pi have... I mean, to be fair, like, AIDA's pretty Rocket Lake favoured as well. Like, they've not exactly picked benchmarks that favour AMD, just in general. Memory clock is pretty balanced, but yeah. Okay, I'm actually getting hungry. I'm going to mute myself and grab a sandwich while that runs. Okay, I think that's a bit better, so I'm going to save that. Damn you fast. I've not finished it yet. I haven't put my mic back on either. The mic is still on the desk. But got to keep the stream going, so yeah. I don't know why I always seem to have good luck with TRP on B-Die, so maybe there's like something in the way that I'm clocking it that makes it do better TRP. I don't know. Why are you even still in 1-to-1 for AIDA read? Alex asks, what happened with the audio? My mic is in a different position right now. It's a clip-on mic, so I will put it back on in a minute, but for now I'm far away. Okay, I'm wearing my mic again, so the audio should be back to normal. Still got a bit to go, yeah, no kidding. So, Gamoise Monster said, why are you even still in 1-to-1 for AIDA read? I mean, okay, so I'm at I'm at 2400 F clock because that's what the F clock will do. And I'm at 4800 mem because that's what the mem will do. But you might have a point insofar as I don't know, when I've been trying to do a higher clock, I don't know if it's been trying to boot the UMC clock that high as well, and that might have been what the wall was. So maybe I should try that. That might have been the problem. Yeah. One sec, let me grab that score by sends. Boop. Most Monster says 1 to 2 5 gigahertz should be fairly easy. Yes. Yes, it should. The thing is, on the last stream that I did, I actually swapped in some better RAM, some Oloys, and they did over 5 no problem, without me messing with any of the other settings. So I think it is just the RAM. I think it's just that this particular RAM does not like high clocks. I can try forcing 1 to 2, but I'm pessimistic, and also I don't think it's going to work. Anyway, this is slightly higher, so let's save this. Come on. Uh, 4933 CL18 I could do daily stable, but those were G-Skill. Yeah, basically that's about where I'm at with it. I think it's the DIMMs. I think it's just that these particular sticks are not great, unfortunately. I know they're only an 8-layer PCB. I know some other nice sticks are 10 layers. buildzoid has done higher. He's on a 10-layer. But the Oloys were also on 8-layer PCB. So it's not just the PCB. It's just, I mean, luck, bin. The Oloys are better binned because they are binned for... I think it was flat 14? I'm not sure. But they are 3600CL14, but I think it's like the second timings were a bit tighter, but also only 1.4 volts. So they're quite a nice bin. Right. I'm gonna try disabling memory fast boot because I don't think I've tried that yet. This probably won't work, but you know. Yeah, no, that's a 23. All right. All right. Well, 23s are not something that tend to recover, so I'll boot the CMOS and I'll take the excuse to go BRB while that sorts itself out from the CMOS clear. Right. So that didn't work, obviously. Come on. Please boot up. Please work. Please load the profile. It's looking good. Other than it shaking the camera when I touch the table. Right. Okay. Good. So I'm gonna try one last like Hail Mary here. Which is going to involve, I'm going to set gear down mode. What am I doing? I'm going to set RTTWR, which I think is currently off. I'm going to set that to, let's say, let's say 240. Because I find it a little bit weird that it's off. Those are probably all 24s. It's probably fine. Yeah. Let's just go with this. Let's see if this works. Oh, it's F9. Okay. Is that better or worse? I don't know. It's F9ing anyway. Okay, well, F9 is fine because it recovers. Is that a good or a bad sign for whether it liked the settings? I don't know, but it does recover. So that's nice. Usually. It usually recovers, touch wood. That's going to take a couple of loops. Okay. Once this is recovered, I guess I want to try the fine delays because they might make a difference maybe. So I'll try setting those all to 1. And then the only other thing I mean I can mess with other stuff, but at that point it's probably time to bite the bullet and do TRFC. So that's recovered fine. Right, let's undo what I did. Which was... maybe if I messed with it even more, I'd find a way of getting it higher clock, but I don't think so. I don't honestly think so. So, having reset those, let's just quickly boot it up with that, just to make sure it's happy, make sure I haven't missed anything. Ah, that's a good thing I decided to do that, because that's giving me 0D. Which is unlikely to recover from. Okay. Well, I guess... oh right, I forgot about gear down mode. Why is gear down mode making it? Well, whatever. Okay. So it's going to recover. Going to take a little while to recover. Yeah, TRFC. Oh, hey, Salty, you got Beetlejuiced. Salty says, any luck on this platform? If you mean me, no. Basically. I'm not even getting close to buildzoid score, never mind like the top scores. I don't think my RAM is very good, but like, it's also clearly not the best platform for AIDA read. That's the long and short of it. Maybe stage 3 is going to like give me a massive advantage, but the worry for me is that basically there's so few people on AMD. It's 3600 CL14 bin. In fact, is that just going to focus on the fan? That's just going to focus on the fan, isn't it? Can I shift the fan backwards so that it focuses on... Focus on the dims. Okay, one moment. You know what? It's those. Yeah, it's the sort of the obvious kit to get. It's been... It's not as good as my 3600 CL14 alloys, and I suspect they might actually use the same PCB. Okay, I think I saw the camera shift slightly, but it seems fine. That's clipped on properly, yep. Alright, what was I doing? So it's loaded up. So, load my work in progress profile again. Yeah, so what was I saying? My worry is that there's so few people on AMD, at least so few people on like strong AMD, no offense Deeper. Even if the last stage really favors AMD, even if everybody on like 3rd gen Ryzen and newer wrecks everybody on Intel, there's so few people doing that. It's like maybe you know, 4 people, 5 people. That like the advantage that I get from that is going to be very small in terms of points, because like the top Intel people are only going to be a few points behind, whereas I'm many points behind because of all of the Intel people who are much faster than I have a hope of being, really. Salty says I'm on my 5900X. Yeah, I think I beat your score already. But I mean that's on a 5900X, so that's kind of that's kind of cheating. Yeah, I know, Deeper. Saying no offense is like the thing that made it offensive. But yeah, the APUs are definitely the best on AMD because it's like I tried on my 59. No, it was my 5800X I tried it on, and it, even though like they have the full width for read, it still was just absolutely nowhere. So yeah, it's F-clock bottlenecked to too great of an extent. Right. So this is just the profile that's booted up. I'm just gonna run AIDA anyway. I mean, maybe it will magically be better, but also I just want to make sure it's happy, make sure everything's happy before I mess with it some more. Oh, that is actually a better score. Okay, so I'm going to have to save that anyway. I can update my title, 72.3. Let's update that. Boop. Yeah, it's funny because buildzoid has a 3600 CL16 kit, but I think it's got a 10-layer PCB or something. Like, it's a weird, like, RGB PCB thing that Corsair have messed with, but, like, at the end of the day, it clocks, and this doesn't, sadly. But at least this kit doesn't seem to be on the weird, like, B84 PCB. Can probably push the last bit with base clock. Yes. I haven't touched TRFC yet, and I'm kind of expecting that to give me a big boost. I mean, what I really want is about... what did buildzoid get again? I want 76.22k would be nice. But I'm not going to get that, so... Yeah. But yes. Save the score because it's a better score and you never know what's going to happen next. Yeah, I tried TRFC on the dual rank kit that I was using before, and it was a pretty big boost on that. This is a single rank kit, so I'm expecting TRFC honestly might push me over 73k. The other thing that I need to try is maybe pushing the CPU a little bit harder at some point, so I'm gonna do that, but like, and I haven't minimized TRAS and TRC. TRC it does scale from a little bit. I'm not sure about TRAS. Deeper says, CPU did nothing for me, sadly. Yeah, I mean, this is at least a little bit CPU bound, but not a lot. That needs to be SPD, doesn't it? So I've got SPD, motherboard, mem, and I've got CPU up in the top right. So... 72308. 72308. Right. So what I did on the dual rank kit for TRFC is I literally just looked at what it was and halved it. And that seemed to work quite well. It's AIDA, so it doesn't need to be that stable. Yeah, let's try that. Just under half for all of the TRFC timings. Well, it's booted up, and for AIDA, that's most of the battle. Come on. Hey! Hoo, hoo, hoo. Look at that! Oh, and it's in line with the right as well. So that's not just a fluke. That's... Hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh, I'm pleased with that. Wow. Yeah, okay, good. I think 74K might be a possibility, folks. What was buildzoid score again? 76, okay. Yeah, I knew it was going to be strong, and I'm very well aware of how tight BDI can run TRFC. I was not quite expecting that strong, but I'll take it. Okay, I'm going to rerun that once I've got my screenshot, just to make sure it is still like in line and it's not like, I feel like this is a good run, but I want to make sure it's like not bugged or anything, like it's not being ridiculous. Like, if I rerun this and it comes out below 73k, then that's going to be a bit... but yeah, I'm very happy with that. That's good. Strong. I understand, like, what motivates people to run tight daily TRFC. Personally, I don't trust it, but yeah. Salty says, what, you have SMT on? Yeah. I mean, it never really occurred to me to not. Deepa says, I'd suggest trying the settings of the pic I sent you step by step. I mean, I don't want to just, like, you know, I want to kind of do it myself. I don't want to be following a guide, because the thing is, I want to learn by doing this. If I'm just kind of following a guide, if I'm like looking at instructions and then doing what the instructions say, then I'm not thinking about it, and if I'm not thinking about it, I'm not going to learn. So it's very important to me to kind of do it myself rather than following someone else's guide. And also, like, it helps with kind of creativity and, like, you know, the ability to, like, maybe think of something that someone else might not have thought of. And I'm not saying that I will do that, but it makes it possible, you know? You know, if everybody just, like, follows someone else's guide, then there's only one overclocker. That's the guy who wrote the guide. Right, 73990. Right, close out a CPU user, because that's probably going to affect the score. And rerun that just to make sure it's still in line. Salty says, for me it made the IMC worse every time, in reference presumably to SMT. 73831, yeah, that's in line. Okay, so it's not bugged, it's a real score, that's good. Yeah, hold on, let me... That didn't work. There we go. So, the thing about SMT, right? Let me just rerun. Okay. So before I enable... Oh yeah, there we are. So, before I enabled PBO and also now, it's actually hitting 100% CPU usage. And that makes me think that if I do something that slows the CPU down, like disabling SMT, like you've got less CPU resources, right? It makes me think that that's actually going to make AIDA score worse. And I don't think I'm IMC limited, because I've tried doing a higher clock with different sticks, and it can do a higher clock with different sticks. And they're both on like an 8-layer PCB with a webbed ground plane, so I don't think the PCB is even different. I'm fairly confident it's just the sticks that are the limit. Oh, I need to update my title now. Got 73.9. Trying for 74 plus. Let's go with that. Alex says getting RAM and hopefully motherboard tomorrow. Finally get a proper system up and running. Did you not have like a proper system before? Jeez. Dual core i3 laptop with an iGPU. There, that's rough. It's rough. Right. So turnaround timings. Actually, I might need to poke those at some point. What am I looking for? CAD bus timing. That's the one. So these ones on the dual rank kit, all zeros didn't boot and all ones worked well. So I'm going to try all ones here and see if that gives me a little bit more. Salty, sorry I'm back. I don't think you missed anything, man. Lost power for 2 minutes. Jeez. Yeah, I did a rerun and validated that like the score is real. And that's about it, other than, you know, babbling. Alright, so let's see if those like CAD bus fine delay thingies, or whatever they're called on MSI, let's see if they've done anything. Come on, 74K. Oof. That's so close to 74K. It's not really done anything. Jeez, Alex, it sounds like you've had a hell of a ride there. Hell of a time actually getting a working board. Hopefully the one due tomorrow actually shows up and actually works. Salty says, what TRFC? It's literally half. I think it was the 420 for TRFC 1, and then I did 2 and 4 as well. I think it was 423, 2160. That sounds too low. I'll show you in a sec. I just want to double check. Right, what's my current best? 73990, so this is worse. I'll try rerunning it. I suspect that rerunning it is just going to score lower. So I'll be back in BIOS in a minute. Yeah, that's lower. Alright, here we go. Come on. Get into BIOS. It's getting there. Okay, here we are. Right, advanced steering configuration. Yeah, so 420 for TRFC 1, then 310, 190. I don't know if setting these two actually does anything. TRFC 2 and 4. My understanding is that TRFC 2 and 4 are used for like opportunistic partial refreshers, and that seems like a good thing. You can run 240 at 4800, you think? I mean, I'm going to try dropping it some more. 240 seems like a bit of a jump. I'm thinking I'm going to try like maybe 10% off at this point. Go for 380, 280, 170. You ran 240 at 4600. Wow. I haven't saved a profile in a while. I shouldn't say that while it's trying to post. That's tempting fate. There's a formula for TRFC. Yeah. Wait, Salty, when you say, oh god no, don't do that, what's that in reference to? My general understanding when it comes to TRFC is it's like every time. Don't set TRFC 2 and 4 like that. Why? Like, don't set them as in like don't set them, or don't set them to those? What do you mean? Leave on auto or follow the formula for TRFC 2 and 4. I mean, it's working is the thing. Like, is there a reason for that, or what? Same has other timing cycle penalty. What? Sorry, Salty, what's the downside that you are expecting to see here? Because the thing is that, like, it's been working pretty well, like, in terms of the scores that I'm getting, and I don't know about stability, but it is AIDA, so, yeah. I'm always very suspicious when people talk about formulas. Like, I've heard a lot of, like, formulas for memory that are more kind of, like, rules of thumb for certain ICs, and it's you know, it's only one step really from like a memory formula to a DRAM calculator, and I'm against that. So set TRFC 1 and don't touch the other two because the motherboard will set them. I mean, you do understand that I'm not like setting them all to the same value, right? Like, yeah, I mean it's not exact, but I'm keeping them like roughly in line. I'm trying to drop them all by pretty much the same percentage every time, and that it seems to be working pretty well. Right, I need to save a profile while I remember. Let me actually look this up then. Oh, fuck off. So the first results are about Ryzen DRAM calculator. That's always a good sign. Someone here saying according to this article online, but not linking the article. Wonderful. Deeper forgot to copy the stage folder to the USB. Yeah, rip. I guess maybe you want to go do that. So the thing with the TRFC settings is it is working. Like it's booting, it's scoring well. So I'm kind of pretty resistant to I'm pretty resistant to the idea that I'm like doing something wrong and have to follow a formula when what I'm doing is by every metric that matters working. Because I've encountered a lot of frankly BS with formulas for memory. Like to my understanding, the way that TRFC 2 and 4 work, it's just that they're like self-refreshers for smaller parts of the memory. And I'm not aware of like a physical reason why it would have to be this exact fraction in order to work properly. Like, I think there are reasons why you could say it's probable that it would be this exact fraction, but yeah. I'm going to try a bit lower TRAS anyway. Maybe I can go a bit lower than that. Not wrong, just not the absolute best way to run them. Yeah, I mean, like, what I'm guessing is that there is, like, presumably a lowest value that it actually needs to be. And so anything that's, like, above that value is going to work, and the performance will be, you know, what it is based on it being that value. It's not like... You see people acting sometimes like, you know, if you have memory timings that don't follow a certain formula, that, like, it makes the memory performance bad somehow. And, like, I've not encountered anything like that that's actually panned out, that's actually turned out to be true. So, yeah. You know, Asus Raja saying something, it doesn't make it accurate, unfortunately. Like, at the end of the day, I am, you know, I'm trying to keep them in about the same ratio, so I'm effectively doing a similar thing to, you know, what just using a formula would do. Try 240 still. I'll get there. I'll get there. It probably scales with voltage on B-die, doesn't it? It seems like the kind of thing that would. So I'm only at 1.8 volts. I don't know if that makes a difference. Right, 74162. Let me check, but I don't think that's actually... Is that better? I don't think that's better. Oh, it's slight... It's like... Yeah, I'm not bothering to save that for the sake of 7 megabytes per second. However, I do need to quickly update my stream title. 74.1... Done. Really temperature sensitive. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be. I mean, I've got a fan on it. Alright, what I'll do is I'll save a profile and then I'll set 2 and 4 to auto and see if that's actually better or not. God, it's getting really warm in here. But I don't know what I can really do about that. Other than, like, noisy things. Should have, like, bought some dry ice. Just had it in the room. Alright, let's set 2 and 4 to auto then and see what that does. Alright, so it's booted up fine. Let's start by running AIDA as normal. Okay, well that's 74. Yeah, that's slower, Salty. Yeah, this board on auto, have a look at that. Yeah. If you're wondering why it's slower, it's not instability, it's that this board, when left to its own devices, has just set TRFC 2 and 4 back to default, rather than setting them in line with RFC. Now there's a separate BIOS option, which is RFC 1/2/4, and I'm pretty sure that just sets them all to the same value, so yeah, this is slower, and you can see in Zen timings why. It's slower because the board has autoed them to default values rather than autoing them to like sensible values. So now let's go and see what the TRFC 124 option does. Yeah, so that's with just TRFC 1 set to 380, and then the other two on auto. And that's what it's doing, is it's actually setting them looser. It's setting them to defaults rather than in line with TRFC 1. And so the other option that this board has is it has TRFC 124, and if you set that, it seems to just set them all to the same value. So I'm going to see what that does, performance-wise. Flat TRFC can work, some people use that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, that's one of the other things that kind of makes me a bit sus, you know, is like, well, if flat TRFC works, and if following a formula works, why would something in between not work? You know, why would just like messing with it, just freehand, not work? So I'm assuming that running flat TRFC is going to make it just not do the opportunistic self-refreshers or something, but we'll see. But I'm expecting it to be slower. I might be wrong. Maybe. Oh. Well, fuck me. Yeah, that's actually about as fast. Maybe a smidge faster, if anything. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so why is it doing that then? So they are all set to 380. Huh. Interesting. It's barely made any difference. So, I mean, maybe it's just luck, but like... Well, they were stupid high when I was letting the board do it on auto, but I don't think they were stupid high like when I was setting them myself. I don't see why, like... Yeah. Because I tried to lower them all in roughly the same proportion. Like, in proportion to one another. Let me load up my profile here. So this is what I had set manually, right? 380, 280, 170. So 380. So that's like TRFC2 is like 2 ticks tighter than it would be by the formula. And then TRFC4 is 4 ticks tighter, I guess, rounding up. So it's only like a couple of ticks in there. So I'm just going to fire that back up. God, like, on the one hand, I don't want to just jump ahead, especially not to a timing that someone else has given me, for the reasons I outlined earlier. But on the other hand, I have been going for about 4¼ hours. So maybe that would be a good idea. Also, I have no idea if, like, buildzoid was planning to stream today or anything like that. That's not AIDA. God damn it. Fuck off, benchmate. Huh. I mean, you could blame the fact that I accidentally opened Benchmate, but I do think the flat TRFC is actually legitimately slightly faster. Maybe it's luck, but like, yeah. Alright, I guess we're going flat then. Alright, well, there's no need to let this finish. No. At some point you won't see big game from TRFC. I don't know, I mean, it is single rank. I would have thought it would still But I guess DDR4 is quite good at being opportunistic. That seems to have posted. I think we might not be getting a display out, but that's normal, annoyingly. Anything big happen in the last 10 minutes, says Alex. Salty has strong opinions about TRFC, and yeah, I don't know. Oh, no, I hit the reset button twice, so Windows 10 is going, ah! But yeah, I mean, I'm above 74k now, so that's good. I don't think I have a hope of catching buildzoid, but like, it's going all right. Can still tweak a ton of stuff. Yeah, I'm sure I can. Oh jeez. 74.6, fuck me. Yeah, TRFC, go burr, I guess. There's quite a gap between buildzoid and the guy behind him, so this actually does put me just behind buildzoid now. But yeah, I mean, there probably is still a lot of stuff to tweak. Yeah. On Ryzen, people play with TRFC for latency. It has affected the latency, hasn't it? Yeah, yeah. It still squicks me out that people like play with TRFC for daily, because it's like, I'm not sure how confident I am as to whether like HCI memtest is actually going to catch bad TRFC. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. But the nature of TRFC is it's something that affects like your long-term data retention. So yeah. Do, 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 do. Yep, that's everything. 74645. Right, definitely haven't minimized TRC. Don't know that I've minimized TRAS. I probably haven't minimized TRCDWR, but I don't think that matters because, yeah. I might still have some room for my in RRD, to be honest. Let's save this. Because this is loose, right? So maybe if I just like tighten that up, that will actually work. Or maybe it won't. Let's give that a go. Why not? You know, RRD seems like a really, you know, obvious thing for this kind of benchmark. So, like, yeah. Okay, seems to be posting. The dual rank kit, TRRD4 didn't work. See you, Alex. I no idea if I'll still be going in half an hour. I've been going for 4.5 hours at this point, and I think my partner might want to use the kitchen at some point as well. Like, we've got like a kind of open plan living area kitchen thing going on. And what that means is that like the kitchen is the same room. So yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll be going. What was I saying? So the dual rank kit that I tried, I had no end of problems with that because I was trying to do TRRD-S of 4, and it does not like that apparently. But this, I don't know. I mean, that doesn't seem to have made a difference. Hmm. 74654. I'll have to double check if that's actually any better. 74645. Okay, so it's slightly. You know what? I am actually going to save that. I sent you something on Discord if you want to skip some steps. Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I don't like. You know, and at the end of the day, like, I want the score that I come out with to be my score as well. Like, there's like, you know, being able to learn, but there's also like not having to say, oh yeah, actually, like, I just ran someone else's settings and I didn't overclock this. Alright, so RRDs and T4 made basically fuck all difference, so let's not bother trying to minimise those. Write to read. I mean, you would expect that to not do anything, wouldn't you? And the same with write recovery. I might give it a go anyway. I don't think it's going to do anything, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some writing in the test somewhere. Might be some like really marginal gain. To be honest, if RRD didn't do anything, write to read doing something would be surprising. But no harm in trying. Seven, 4, 6, 5, 8. I really ought to be keeping my title updated because I'm not sure if that's better or not. I have this feeling it's like a couple of megabytes better or something. Uh, 654, 658. Okay. So I guess the prediction that it would do about as much as RRDs did was correct. Let's update that stream title to say 74.6. Right. Oh, right, yeah, pirate timings. Yeah, let's try TRDRD of 4 down from 5 auto. Why not? That seems like something that actually has a chance of making a difference. It should work, I think. I think 4 worked on the dual rank sticks. Right, so that's running again. 74.7, nice. I need a drink. One sec, I'm just going to mute. Okay. So 74.7, that's an improvement. Definitely marginal, but you know. I might just leave it. I don't know. It's not that late in the day. 7 o'clock. I have very mixed feelings. I've been sort of sat still for a long time now. But I've also not minimised TRC yet, so there's that. Seven four two. TRS, TRC and base clock should get you 75k. Yeah, base clock's a funny one. I should probably do base clock next. Like, it's been weird with base clock a little bit, but yeah. Because the more I like tune the timings, the more I'm like fucking myself when I try and base clock up, and it's like, no, you went 1 megahertz more on your RAM, and that's unstable now because you tuned it so tightly. Like, I don't want to have that happen. So, mine ran up to 101. Yeah, I mean, the board has been weird with base clock. I'm just going to say that. So I'm just going to run a teeny tiny little base clock overclock just as a treat, just a little bit. And we'll see what it does with that first. Because yeah, I've had a little bit of trouble earlier on actually getting base clock out of it. But, I mean, this seems to have worked, so it's a start. I'm not sure what effect it's going to have on PBO, but... oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Score 75k, immediately crash. Fucks. Alright, okay, there's got to be something I can do about that. Do I want to... wait. Okay. I'm going to start by backing off on the CPU a little bit because I've got a high BCO, which I probably don't need. What max mem? It's not as... it could be tighter. I'm just going to like nudge the chipset voltages up a hair just in case that makes a difference. That I know can run at 1.3 and is happier. It'd be funny if this makes it not boot. It seems to be booting. Oh, it's doing this. Okay, right. Well, good opportunity to show my max mem, I guess. So yeah, it's 2.2 gig accessible. That could probably go a little tighter. But as Windows is playing silly buggers, we're rebooting. And that's nothing to do with the stability, it just does that. This setup does. Yeah. I think it was, remove mem was 13500. So I could probably set that to like 13800 safely. Okay, we're back. Chair creak. Okay. AIDA. Please don't crash this time. Oh right, I have to click start. God, it's been a while, I guess. It's been a long stream. And of course that wouldn't be as fast as the run that crashed. That's kind of interesting though, because like that really makes me think that it was to do with the CPU clock, because the only thing that I really changed is I dropped the maximum boost clock override. So that really does make me think that the CPU clock is coming into it. I mean, 200 meg is a pretty big difference, like boot to boot. It's not the most consistent benchmark, but it's been more consistent than that. Alright, well 74.8 is not bad. Nice round number and everything. So yeah, save that score, and then I guess more base clock. I'm literally at 100.2 right now, so yeah, there's plenty of room. Run higher clock, yeah, exactly. And Self said that's why SMT off is better for me, probably. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like this chip needs all the help it can get, frankly. I mean, yeah, sometimes disabling SMT can help, like with single core performance. Like there's a little bit of overhead. What? Oh, right, the beta. You need to run the beta for SPD. Right. Update stream title. 74.8. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to nudge that up a bit more. Yeah, why not? 100.375. I probably should have saved a profile, but yeah. It's not getting stuck on anything. Yeah, it looks like it's going to boot that. It's the really annoying thing about the lack of recovery is that it gets obviously stuck so early on. Oh, Windows is playing silly buggers, so reset, but you know. I mean, it's moving, it's going. Okay, here we are. Good. Back into Windows. Oh, I think I might... okay. I just remembered something. Okay, 75.2. I'm not going to breathe too hard, because if I breathe too hard, it might crash. Just sit here, don't move, talk quietly, and just hope. Just hope it passes. Please pass. Please pass. Please pass. Come on. Come on. I'll celebrate once I've got the screenshot saved. Okay, it's finished. We've got our 75.2 score there. Oh shit! Oh no. Damn. That's bugged, isn't it? Yeah, I've got to rerun that, don't I, really? That's no good. Shit. Still okay for AIDA. Damn. Okay, I mean, to be honest, the fact that that's now come out 170 lower, that's a little bit more variance than I'd expect. So, yeah. I've never seen that in AIDA before, though. Oh, it's still doing it as well. What the fuck? I'm going to save that as like a maybe, and then I'm going to try rebooting. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put in 75031 maybe. Yeah, so I actually got to talk to John Paul about the Geekbench thing, and basically Geekbench doesn't actually allocate that much memory. Particularly, I think it's if it detects below a certain amount of RAM, then it allocates like hardly any memory. Yeah. So it's like the actual memory that it's testing pretty much just fits in the cache. That's where it comes from. It's because it's detecting that there's no memory in the system, so it's like, okay, I won't use much RAM, and then it's like just hitting the cache. But it's weird that AIDA's getting like lower memory latency than it's getting L3 cache latency. That's a bit wacky. Save that 75031 maybe, because it's in line with the clock increase. So I don't think it's bugged, but like, why did I just rerun that one? I should be rerunning like everything in memory. Okay then. I need a soundboard and I need Truffman. With overclocking TV, he used to like yell blue screen, but like I cannot do it the way he does at all. Anyway, I don't want a maybe. I want like an actual score that I can like stand by. And if the latency test is coming out weird, then yeah. So what I'm hoping here is that lowering the base clock brings back the stability and stops it from bugging, but raising... Oh, it's playing silly bugs with the GPU again. Fucking piece of shit. We're nearly at 5 hours. I'm hoping that changing the PBO scaler from 2x to 4x ought to give me more frequency on the CPU. So hopefully that makes up for the reduced base clock, and hopefully I get my stability back so it's not bugging out the latency test. That's kind of the plan. Okay, we've got 75.129. That's good, that's strong. The question is just going to be, is the latency test real? Come on. Yes! I've got a real latency. Good. Okay. This is a score that I'm happy with. I can stand by this. I should not say that. I should not say that. I'm touching wood. I'm touching wood. Don't crash on me. Do not mock me by crashing after I've said that the score's good. I know it would be funny, but don't let that make you want to do it, okay? Just stay stable for me, okay? Deepest saying 3733 won't post at all. Yeah, I mean that's with a 2700X, that's just standard. They just wall about there, basically, I'm afraid. You're probably not going to get more than 3600 or so. Oh, hey Alex. Anything special happened? I'm above 75k. And I also got like 10 nanoseconds latency earlier. So I think that was an excessive instability thing. So what I've done is I backed off on base clock a bit, and I've gone with a more aggressive PBO scaler. So that's actually given me a decent score, but the latency isn't bugged anymore. So yeah. I don't think that the read score was ever bugged, but like it doesn't look good if half the test is bugged, so yeah. So I just need to save this score, which I know is like saying I just need to walk through this field of rakes without incident. So, I mean, fortunately, the mouse is actually on some wood, like bare wood, so I am touching wood right now. Thank you for the congratulations. Save as bitmap 75129. Okay, that's saved. But yeah, thank you. God, it's tricky because it's like, on the one hand, I want to call it and I want to be like, okay, you know, I've got 75k, I'm done. But on the other hand, it's going well, and I want to carry on because it's going well. It is a quandary. Okay. I'm going to get it into the BIOS, which it seems to be. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop in and check with my partner how she's doing. Because, like, obviously this is getting in the way of her being able to use the kitchen. So I will be back in, like, a minute or two. Alright, so need to click the mic back on. The situation is this. My partner is absolutely insisting that she doesn't need anything yet and it's fine and I can carry on, but also at the same time she admitted to being hungry. So the compromise that we've come to is I've said, well, you know, if you need to come and use the microwave or something, that's fine. You know, it's only going to be a couple of beeps, so whatever. And I'm going to carry on for a bit. See if I can get a couple more timings a bit lower. I don't think I've got a lot more room on base clock, but I'm going to see what I can do with TRC and TRAS. So let's... Actually, I need to remember to save a profile. Cook with the CPU. No, I need low temps. Right. So... let's try TRAS of 30. But yeah, I think probably no more base clock, or maybe I could... oh, maybe I could drop the PBO boost clock override a bit more. That might work. There's a thought. That might work actually. Cooking meat on a CPU. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those. I think I've seen an AM3 one. I think I've seen one on socket 478 Intel as well, and I've seen it with a GTX 480. And the GTX 480 looks like a grill, right? Like it's got that shiny bit like on the outside of the cooler. That's like actually attached to the heatsink, so it does legitimately get hot. And it's got like a grill pattern in it. Yeah. The 610 isn't getting very hot. Right, well, run AIDA. Oh, that's worse. Okay. Darn. Can't just Alt F4 out of it while it's running. Bah. Alright, I mean it didn't mind the lower timing, but it's not behaving itself very well. It's not scoring very well. So I'm going to try a quick restart and just see if it plays it. Guy frying an egg and bacon on his 480. Oh, it's that guy. Okay, yeah. Timmy Joe. Oh, I mean, fair play. He fucking goes for it. If it's consistently scoring worse with a lower TRAS, that makes me think I need to raise TRAS. Yeah. Yeah, if reducing TRAS has lowered the score, I need to put it back. So instead, let's see if I can eke out more base clock without it becoming unstable by fiddling with my PVO settings. So going for 100.5. It's looking okay. It's looking like it's going to post. Deepa says, it's a stupid question, but can high proc ODT cause problems to the IMC? Possibly, yeah. So back when Ryzen first launched, Robert Halleck said something about how, like, for really high proc ODT values, like 240 ohms high, like, you'd better have LN2 or something, which is, yeah. The way that physically proc ODT works is you have, like, several resistors between one side and the other. And to get a low resistance, you have more of them turned on, and to get a high resistance, you have less of them turned on, right? Because having resistors in parallel reduces the resistance. So if you have a really high, like proc ODT or something, then what that does mean is you've got, like, more current passing through, like, just the one resistor. Although, like, that's also not how Ohm's law works, but I'm not sure. I think it would in some way be putting more load on, like, less resistors inside the CPU. However, as far as I'm aware, 80 ohms ought to be completely fine. It's only, like, when you're getting up into, like, above 80 ohms that it's a concern, as far as I'm aware. 80 ohms, as far as I know, shouldn't be a major problem. I think what they said was, like, the sweet spot is normally between 40 and 60, and up to 80 is safe, I think was the advice back in the day. Ooh, nice. We'll see if the latency comes out, but that's 75281. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm going to try just giving it a little bit more VDIM. Like, just a touch. Glenn, just back from dinner, any major improvement? Yeah, I'm above 75k. It's going really well. So it's funny because it's like I've been going for what? 5.25 hours? Which is a lot longer than I'd intended to be going for or expected to be going for, but like, yeah, it's going well, so I'm still going. It's going well, so I am, well, going. That was awful. Don't, yeah. Cut that out. So right now I'm trying to push base clock, but I'm also like battling with the stability from pushing base clock. So I'm trying not to get too excited right now. Last time it crashed around here, but I've bumped up the memory voltage just a hair. Oh, look at that. Non-bugged latency and everything. So this might be my 75.2k. Right, that's completed the benchmark. It's a really good sign. Let's get it saved. Yeah, the frustrating thing is I feel like if I had like better sticks, I would be able to do even better, you know? Mainboard and spud. Alright. 75251. Save. Whew, okay, that's 75251 saved. I'm only 1,000 points away from buildzoid now. Only. I don't know that... I strongly suspect I can't close that gap, but... I mean, I've made a lot of fucking progress. It's not impossible. Which I probably shouldn't be saying, but... it is tempting fate. Yeah, it was a ton of progress, so yeah. Even just nudging up the base clock has really helped. I mean, I guess I'm just going to nudge the base clock up some more. It definitely seems like it was memory instability, so... Let me save this first, hold on. And if this has a problem, I can nudge up the memory voltage another teensy bit. Just a little bit. It must be something to do with stability, because it's like every single boot now, the GPU doesn't load at full res, and I have to reset it, and then it does. Right, now, will it keep scaling? Good God. Whew, 75.4. It's still going. And that's a real latency as well. This is going well. Okay, that's finished. I don't think I've... Oh, I should not say this. I don't think I've had a crash on screenshot yet. And I am touching wood. Fuck you. Something about being 5 hours and 20 minutes into a stream. God, I don't know, like, this might not make sense to anyone other than Glenn in the chat, but, like, allowed the thought to enter my mind that YouTube Shorts are just you've been framed, except they don't pay as well. I guess the equivalent across the pond would be like America's Funniest Home Videos or something. 75454. Saved. Yes! Whew. This is going well. I'm really happy with how this is going. Wait, no. Save a profile. Save the profile. In fact, I should save this to USB. Okay, good. That's saved to USB as well now. That's a good thing. And let's just bump up the clock, I guess. We're just clocking up here. I'm just clocking the whole thing up. This is absolutely a clock up. The usual. All right. Well. Here we go again. Huh. That's interesting. It's slightly faster, but it's not a lot faster. Okay. I mean, I guess maybe the CPU has backed off a little bit or something? It's still faster. It might just be an unlucky boot. I don't know. That's weird. It was 75454 before, I think. So that's only gone up by 19 meg. Okay. I'm going to have to start finding performance from somewhere else, potentially. Okay, well, I'll save this because it is still an improvement, and like, if everything goes wrong from this point onwards, I want to have it saved, you know? But this is interesting. I'm not sure why it's suddenly not improved. I might try rerunning without a reboot. But normally that doesn't help. So far it's made it worse. I need to check what time it is. Like, the stream system is telling me it's nearly 8 o'clock, and the bench system is telling me it's just past 7, and I don't know which is right or what's real anymore. I just, all I know is 75473 megabytes per second. Let's just rerun that directly. It's 75.4 is still like, well, I'm not rounding up. I don't want to round up. Because, like, I don't want somebody to go, oh, wow, 75.5k, and then, like, be disappointed. Okay, that's not any better. That's fine. You know, when I was first setting this up, I seriously considered running the camera on battery. Yeah, that wouldn't have been a good idea, would it? Instead, I've got an extension lead taped to my desk with the camera charger plugged into it. Right, I mean, save the profile, because it is still faster. And I guess just keep pushing it. Deep says, I can boot 3800 with one DIMM. Yeah, that's standard for the older Ryzen. Like, it would do a bit better in single channel. It's still an IMC limit though. I think it's weird. Zen 1's memory controller actually seems to be a little bit better. Like before Zen 2 came along, the memory clock record on AM4 was actually on Zen 1 rather than Zen Plus. So like there's this whole idea that like Zen Plus is better at memory, but like my experience has been that the AIDA updates that existed by the time Zen Plus launched were better at memory than you know, Zen 1 was at launch. But Zen 1 with like more recent AIDAs is actually better. With Revi you should be able to do a little better maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe is the word basically. Of course, because there's a memory clock stage, isn't there? Yeah, good luck. Right, dive straight in, run the benchmark. Yeah, stage 2 is memory clock. But we're not onto that yet. Memory clock stage closes like next week, whereas AIDA64 read closes tomorrow. So, yeah. Alright, well, 75.5k, real latency, looking good, I would say. I don't know, like, it feels like something changed with the last base clock bump that's like, I guess maybe made it a bit more tolerant or something, but dropped the score. Or, I say drop the score, reduce the scaling. Oh. I thought it was tomorrow. Might need to check that. You know, like a couple of boots ago when I said it's not crashed on screenshot, it's not crashed with CPU-Z? Yeah, it crashed with CPU-Z. I only have myself to blame for that one. Let's bump feed him, I guess. Right, let me check when the AIDA64 stage closes. 1 day, 17 hours. Yes, it's the 7th of September. So yeah, you're right. It's not tomorrow. It's the morning of the day after tomorrow. Oh, it's doing the thing. It's doing the thing. Oh, what's it doing now? Hey! Wait, what? Why is that only 753? It's clocked where it should be. Ugh. The worst thing is that it's quite a consistent benchmark. I'm just going to reset that. So like, I know something has changed. Something's weird. Something's different. It's not just doing that like randomly. So even though I've reset it, I bet it's going to do exactly the same thing on the next boot. It definitely seems as though, like, the sooner I run it, the better. Okay, so that's 754, but that's still nowhere near where it was. What the heck? Salty says, wish there was more GPU-focused people on buildzoid's Discord. Yeah, it's... Memory overclocking is such a rabbit hole that you kind of forget about everything else. But yeah. It's tough, like, I've been really trying to, like, resist the normification of it. But it's difficult, like... And it's the problem with Discord is it's so easy to slip into like just kind of chatting about whatever it is you're doing, and it can be very difficult to like keep a community really like laser focused on a specific topic or even a channel, right? Like I added the actually overclocking channel to be like, this is where you talk about what you are actively overclocking, as a way to encourage people who are like doing overclocking to talk about it, and it just has been completely taken over by people who are like fishing for help, and there's not a lot you can do about that, because even if you say, well, look, if you're asking a question, it should go in this other channel. Like, people are still going to... It's... How do you draw the line between, like, a newbie who doesn't know what they're doing, who's saying, well, this is what I'm doing right now, and if anyone has suggestions, I'm open to them, and, like, an experienced overclocker who might well do exactly the same thing, who might say, you know, this is what I'm doing, but also, like, I'm open to suggestions, or does anyone, like, know how I can get around this? Like, it's... There's no... The only difference between a newbie and an experienced overclocker is the kind of questions that they're asking. Everyone still has questions. Okay. I don't understand why raising VDIM has made it score worse. But I have just remembered something else. That I was meaning to look at. Will I do that right now? You can't really focus people on an open or kind of open Discord. Yeah, you're right, yeah. Like, I do have a private Discord for, like, really hardcore memory stuff that has, like, I think it's up to, like, 4 or 5 other people now, but, like, I'm keeping that closed because it's not, like, a place for casual chat. It's a place for, like, collecting and systematizing information. And yeah, but it's been really helpful with, like, figuring things out, like figuring out, like, what's actually going on with PowerChip, the relationship with PowerChip and LPDA, and, like, the different revisions of PowerChip stuff. It's really helped with that, but yeah, you would not be able to do that kind of thing if it had, like, 10 people. Yeah, the funny thing is, Alex says, I like GPU OCing the most, as that's what I understand the most. Yeah, the funny thing is, I started out with GPU. I actually vault modded a GPU before I tuned memory. Yeah, it's a really nice, fun form of overclocking. Right. I am going to try raising memory VTT by 20 millivolts. And I'm going to see what effect that has on the score. It should not have an effect on the score, however, here we are. You know, if raising VDIM can affect the score, raising VTT can affect the score. You know, why not, right? Why the heck not? And I'm just thinking maybe there's, you know, something in the way that it, like, trains, where it's being led to, like, set something a bit looser because the high memory voltage is messing with some signal integrity somewhere or something. I don't know. So I'm just really hoping that this helps. It's booted up, so that's a good start. It's really wild, like, how... I don't know if it's sensitive, but AIDA's actually surprisingly consistent. 75549, yeah. Yeah, so it has. Raising memory VTT has made the score go back up. Son of a gun. I mean, you know, touch wood, it's not going to crash, but, like, look at that. Look at that. The score's back. The score's back. How about that? I can't, like, I didn't realise I would be this surprised to be, like, right. But I've got a score. It's a score. Okay. I don't know why I went for CPU-Z beta first, but whatever. That's for my SPD tab over there. I should really, like... You know what? SPD, like, literally doesn't... Oh, for God's sake, I need to edit it, like, as admin, don't I? Oh, heck. Am I doing this right now? No, I'll do this once I've got this screenshot. Salty says 76k might be possible once everything is tuned. Yeah, I mean... honestly, that's what I'm thinking right now. Like, I was not expecting this, but I really think that maybe I can. My efficiency's... I think my efficiency is better than buildzoid's at this point. Like, yeah. Maybe I can send him my timings and just be like, yeah, why don't you run this? Like, when on his stream, he was just like, yeah, copy these timings and just base clock higher. Which I haven't done at all. On any level. Because, like, I'm not base clocked higher either. I'm really not. I'm extremely not. 75549. Okay, that's saved. Right. So. This is going to be a little bit cursed. What I need to do to edit CPUZ.ini is... Why am I in users? I need to go to... Because the start menu on this OS is balked, right? So I need to find Notepad in System32, which is probably going to be easier by scrolling, if I'm honest. I need to run that as admin from there. And then I need to navigate to where CPUZ.ini is. Open... C program files, CPU ID, CPUZ, all files, there it is. Then change SPD to 0, save. And now, when I open the regular CPUZ, it should go quicker because it's not trying to poll SPD and failing. It was still spending ages on the SPD stage, but that seems... I think that's worked. And let me check that the beta version still does get SPD. It does. Okay. I'm just going to, like, put it in Extreme OC mode, because I don't think there's a reason not to. Yeah, that's worked now. And that still has all the info that I need. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, see you, Salty. I'm just going to post the stream on LN2 Haven. Get actual link, because that's annoying to do because it's not the stream manager link. There we are. Oh, the start menu finally opened. That's funny. Yeah, it's this OS is very, very balked. Right, well. Come on. Yeah, let's try 101. Oh, I should have saved a profile. Heck. It looks like it's going to boot. Oh, that's booted in at full resolution as well. Sweet. Ooh, 75.6. I'm gonna get you, buildzoid. I'm gonna get you. Only 600 megabytes per second off now. I'm counting my chicken here a bit, but you know. God, I am feeling good about the way this is scaling. I'm happy with this. Getting really warm in here as well. It's like I've got the streaming setup that's dumping heat into the air, and I've got, I mean, this system is probably not using that much power actually, but yeah. Okay, I mean, we've got real latency. It's all looking good. Oh shit. I just remembered something. I need to do CPU-Z validations for all of these. I can't believe I'd forgotten that up to this point. Alright, well, I'm saving profiles. But that might turn out to be a bit of a fucker. 75626. Alright, well. Okay. It doesn't need an email filled in, does it? I actually don't know if it needs an email filled in. I should probably check that. I've got a USB stick plugged in, haven't I? Yeah. Let's just copy that over and eject. Restart. Just want to make sure that it validates okay. It should do. But it might go, oh no, that's an old beta version, you can't validate that. Just get me into the BIOS. Okay. USB drive. Boop, boop. Validate. Yep, validated. All good. Cool. I'll dump that in my note to self on Discord. Yeah, I'm very glad that I caught that. That would have been an absolute... yeah. Okay. Plug my USB drive back into the motherboard because I need to save some profiles. And block up another couple of steps, I guess. I'm actually really... yeah, I'm really closing in on it. And I'm closing in on 4866 as well, which is interesting. Because 4866 does not boot as a straight multi. But we'll see. I mean, I've bumped up VDIM a little bit now. I've bumped up the VTT a little bit, which maybe that's making it happier. It's really weird that, like, it didn't score properly. Yeah, fingers crossed. It didn't score properly when it was running, like, VTT lower than it was happy with. And that's just, like... imagine if the score just scaled with VTT. That would be funny. But yeah, it's a really interesting effect. Like, you lose a few hundred points because, like, it doesn't like your memory voltage. That's just wild. Okay. Let's run that. What's the exact best read bandwidth that you've got so far? Assuming it saves 75705, but it was 75656, I think. I'm going to put that in chat. Yeah, I'm going to have to update the title again because I'm up to 75.7. One thing at a time, though. God, CPUs that open so fucking fast in XOC mode. It's a great hack because it's like this gives you all of the information that you need, but then it's like this version isn't in XOC mode, so it's like I still get all of the I still get the SPD, I still get the full validation. I'm going to go taunt buildzoid. I say taunt, I'm behind him. Yeah, it's 76213. I'm going to put that in the title. But yeah, it's what, 500 meg to go? I mean, which is actually about as much as I got from the original TRFC tuning. So like, it's entirely possible that there's like some random timing in there that just has that much in the can, which would be wonderful if that was the case. Equally, it's entirely possible that won't happen. So, you know, I might find that like when I next go to bump base clock, I'm just hitting like a brick wall, and that's that, and like none of the other timings do anything. But yeah, it's so fucking close. I can use a more aggressive PBO scaler still as well. I'm not actually being that as aggressive as I might on PBO. Just really just inching the base clock up at this point. I was going to check what time it actually is. Okay, it's 8:30, yeah. So the stream system is right and the bench system is wrong, which is what I thought, but like wasn't sure of. Yeah, real close. Real fucking close. And you just know that if I were to like just set, you know, 102 base clock, it would not work. 75825. Oh. More VDIM. More VDIM. Hey, Deeper, found the good DIMMs. The latency is low with one DIMM. Okay, that I wouldn't have expected. Okay, I see. So it's bugging. Okay. Yeah, 13 nanoseconds latency is like that's hitting the cache or something. It's yeah. Oh, you know, I don't think I have it stable. Let me just fiddle with something, perhaps. I don't think it likes that raised VDIM very much. So maybe we found the scaling limit, or maybe I just need to push VTT to go with it. Because I've been kind of treating VTT as if it's Micron, and it's not Micron, obviously. Yeah, maybe slim chance, teensy little chance it might not be stable. But honestly, like, as far as I know, maybe it just like doesn't even need termination to be any lower than default. Maybe it needs it to be higher. I don't know. Oh. God, I'm getting hungry now as well. Like, I had a sandwich earlier, but that was a while ago. That was like 6 hours I've been going. That was probably about 4 hours ago, maybe? I don't know. If I beat buildzoid, I'll order a pizza. Pizza is for winners. Okay, 75819. Alright. I'm not going to get excited, because we've seen how this goes. Like, I know the clocks are high. The question isn't whether the clocks are high. The latency's real, that's a good sign. God, I'm like barely moving. I don't want to disturb it. I don't want to like, yeah. That would actually be really interesting to test. It would be really interesting to like just shake a computer and see if it affects like the overclock stability, because I honestly believe it ought to. I think it should, right? Like, you have physical pins in place. If the physical pins are being physically like moved around, if they're shifting, that would affect your signal integrity. SPD, CPU, memory, motherboard SPD, print, screen, 75819 we've got. (75819) saved. (75819) validated. Whew, okay. Once I'm in BIOS, I'm going to save profiles. I'm going to save a profile to the board, I'm going to save a profile to the USB, and I'm going to update the title. Deeper says, can I get 3800 dual channel running? I mean, I'll be impressed if you do. Yeah. I think that's accurate, that's a fair summation. So this is now going for 4865, so this is basically the speed that it was failing to do just with the multiplier. But I do have different memory voltages set up now, so fingers crossed. Oh, that's a good sign. Hey. Okay, that's, you know, the GPU as being the GPU. Yeah, I don't understand why it does that. I can only assume it's instability of some description, but yeah. Alright. Straight into AIDA. Tools, cache and memory benchmark. Bang. Seven 75885. Woohoo. The funny thing is that hasn't scaled up as much, so I wonder if it is maybe less happy. or if it's just luck. Okay, that's saved. 75885. Yes. Good. Okay, I really need the toilet, so once it's in BIOS, I'm gonna swap to the BRB and I will be right back. Okay, right. Mic back on. Whew. So, save this one. Whew. Save the profile to the USB stick. I have a feeling it's not going to be happy at 101.5. I might be wrong, but it felt like it felt like the last score didn't scale up as well as it could have. So I'm expecting instability here. But I don't want to I don't want to raise VTT before I know how stable it is. Because otherwise, how will I know if it's helped or not? So we've had the usual thing where I have to reset because the GPU's being weird. Maybe that is like to do with how stable, like, I guess the Infinity fabric is. I don't know. Okay. And we're in. Fire up AIDA, cache and memory benchmark. Like, I'm honestly expecting a crash. 75976, that's barely scaled. Has it? No, wait. Yes, it has. Sorry, I've been streaming for so long. Yeah, that's scaled fine. That's like, it's not plus 100, but it's like, it's plus, plus 88 or something. That's not bad. Real latency as well, actually. That's encouraging. I don't want to count my chickens, but we're so close to 76k now. So close. This is like, yeah, this is 75.9 and it's convincingly 75.9. It's so close to 76k. I'm so like, I'm enjoying myself, but I'm tired, but I'm enjoying myself. SPD, it's all my CPU Zs, print screen, SPD, motherboard, memory, CPU. 75976. Bitmap. Save. Validate. Save validation file. 75976. Validated! Yes! 75976. Oh, yes. It's going well. It's going well. Yeah, it really, like, it feels like it's sort of within reach, you know? Like, and there's still there's a couple of timings that maybe have a little bit more room on them, maybe, if I just need that extra little push. I still haven't, I haven't moved to a more aggressive PBO scaler, so that might give me that extra bit. Like that last little nudge. I don't know. I'm going to save that on the board. I'm not going to save it on the USB because I haven't changed any voltages. And let's nudge up another step. Looks like it's going to post. Yeah, keyboard's flashing. B4, O2. Yeah, temperature display. Okay. And it's booted in at low res, so reset. Ho ho ho! Oh, of course it was too good to be true. 76.1k and it crashes. Okay. So my inclination, I'm going to nudge up VTT by a teeny tiny step, and I'm going to see if that does it. I got a ticket to the world, and now I come back again. Why do I find it hard to remember the words? Oh, I want the truth to be said. Come on. Wait, did that post already, or was it stuck? I can't tell if that posted or if it didn't post. Let's just reset it again and hope. Yeah, there's 90 before A2, come on. O2. A9, AB, yes. Oh, that's not a good sign. It thinks the CPU is sub-zero, which it's not. I'm just gonna like drop that down a step. Also, all the fans stopped, which they're not supposed. They're supposed to be spinning. Okay, they're coming back now. The fans are back. That was weird. So, okay. I think it's fair to say it doesn't just need more VTT, it maybe needs more memory voltage. Maybe even just more memory voltage. Let's try that first. We're gonna, yeah, I'm gonna nudge the base clock back up to where it was. SOC, that's something else. That's another maybe. So far, memory voltage and VTT has carried it, but SOCs and maybe might help. Okay, we're booting. It's looking like a good boot. Okay, 75980, so that's do I want to just kill it? It's looking like the same like weird scaling that I was getting before. I think 75980 is still slightly higher. It's like 3 meg. You know what? I'm going to kill it. I'm going to kill that and I'm going to bump VTT one step. Why are my fans stopping? Oh, It's a good thing those fans aren't doing anything important. Yeah, come on, bring the fans back. I wonder if I might need to like start bumping chipset voltage a bit more or something. Okay, that's just the usual behaviour. Deeper says, I don't know what's wrong, but one dim decided not to post 3800 anymore. It did before. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, welcome to memory overclocking. I get more AIDA64 read bandwidth by bumping up my VTT. Nothing makes sense here. Although that's still looking unhappy, actually. I might be closing in on the limit here. I don't know what made that reason. Oh! Okay. Okay, that's just over 76k. That's good. That's encouraging. But let's hold our horses. Like, that would put us very, very close to beating buildzoid, but only if it finishes and only if I can save it. And I have been burnt before. Hey, Yos. Yeah, I've been going for a little while, but I didn't really like shout about it because I wasn't sure like how good it was going to be or how long I was going to go for. But this is going well. I am touching wood while saying that. So, buildzoid score, which is the best on AM4, is 76213. I'm at 76086 right now, assuming I get to save this. Is it real wood or OSB? It's I I think it's plywood. It's not some crappy engineered lumber thing. It's like a sheet of plywood. So it's not like solid oak, but it's real enough. It's real enough that I could get a splinter from it if I wasn't careful. Okay, that's everything I need for the screenshot. Print screen. 76086. Come on. .76086 saved in paint. Validate. 76086. Yes! Woohoo! Does plywood count? Yeah, yeah. It's like it's wood. It's just thin wood that's like next to other wood. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, don't. Yes, get your sleep, get your homework done, whatever it is you need to go do, and the VOD is going to be up anyway. So you, one way or another, you're not going to miss anything. And to be honest, you could probably just like watch like the last 10 minutes or something, see how it's gone. But yeah, thanks for sticking with me, and yeah, cheers. See ya. Winderglue said there's some good engineered lumber. I would make a distinction between those two OSB and quality engineered lumber. In fact, engineered beams are often stronger than similar beams cut from trees. Yes, I mean, you are right. Yeah, it's kind of like yeah. It's like how AIDA use KO8155 for their memory, right? It's a better PCB, but they put shit chips on it. So like they've got a good thing, and engineered lumber like can absolutely, you know, if you take lumber and do engineering to it, yeah, it can become better. That's what engineering doesn't make things worse. But then like if you go, oh well, we've got engineered lumber, so we don't have to like design anything properly. Then the result's not good. So it's all down to like, you know, the actual project and people doing things well or badly. It's just like, if you have a bad project, engineered lumber's probably somewhere near it. But if you have a good project, it probably is as well. So it's just kind of like, oh, it's some of that air stuff that you've got there, is it? Mm. If I bump this to 0.75, it's not going to work. Actually, I need to save profiles. Whoops. If I just jump up to 7.5, I'm not confident that's going to work. Do I want to... I'm going to bump up chipset voltages another step. It just makes me feel better. I'm happier now. And I guess I'll take it in like the tiniest little step. Quality project management and design was kind of outside my intended scope, but sure, you get shit design or mistakes thrown into the mix. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, I take your point that you have engineered lumber materials that are good and engineered lumber materials that are bad, but are also technically engineered lumber, and that's, yeah, you're right. That is separate from you know, whether the person who's using it does something good with it or something bad with it. It's kind of like that cheap ladder versus a good one, or a cheap air compressor that might be a bit more of a hazard than a good one. Yeah. Okay, so that crashed in AIDA. Do I just bump VMAM? Do I bump SoC? Ooh, decisions. I've already got SoC quite high. Wait, no, not VPP. Go away, VPP. I'm going to bump VMAM and VTT. And cross my fingers. Oh, okay, this is fine. It's just Windows being... It's Windowsing. Oh! Oh, that's not a good sign, though. Okay. Right. That was with a small step as well, wasn't it? Okay. Has that just straight turned itself off? You cheeky sod. I didn't tell you to turn off. System's just like, no, I'm done. I'm done, mate. Oh boy, it's doing the thing again. Alright. One step more SoC, maybe? I could play with terminations, I could play with I could play with what's it? I forget the name. VDDIO. The one that's derived from VMem by an LDO. I could play with that. Maybe bump that up a hair, I suppose. $76164, that's really good, but contain the hype, because I'll be quite surprised actually if this doesn't crash in a way, because it really is like on the edge here. The other worry is that like I start like I push the PBO scaler or something, and like Alex, why are you still here? I'm not complaining, but don't you have stuff to do? I appreciate the sentiment, though. Okay. AIDA finished. It has been known to crash on CPU Z. I'll go to bed in 10 minutes or so, says Alex. Fair enough, fair enough. Mainboard. No. So I've got CPU, memory, motherboard, and SPUD. Come on, paint. 76164. Bitmap 76164. Validate 76164. Yes! Yes! Haha! I'm going to change the stream title to megabytes per second, because I want to include like everything. Right. My general inclination right now is, I mean, the base clock became stable, so I'm really unsure about pushing base clock any harder. But it's still scaling. Do I want to just try the CPU next? I think I'm going to try pushing CPU next, because I'm so close to buildzoid now. I kind of expect that just PBO scaler is going to push me above him. Not 0.065%. That's yeah, guys, not far, especially when you put it like that. No, that's actually worse. Okay, well, I'll kill that. Do 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 do. I'm kind of curious what the CPU is actually doing, but yeah. Right, if that doesn't work, what about 5x? Is that going to be better? God, it's so disconcerting. Like, this water loop, I've got like a level line marked on the reservoir, and it's very like noticeably below that line. But like, I haven't been able to see any evidence of leakage anywhere that I can see, so I can only... I think it must be the radiator that's leaking, in which case that's fine, because it can't leak on anything other than like the 230 volt mains power strip, and who cares about that? But like, it's such a like slow leak. But I think it must be the radiator. Also, the radiator is like the oldest and crappiest component. 76134. That's still worse. Fair bit longer than the last stream. Yeah, much longer. I've got such a clear idea of what I'm doing right now. And like the last stream, I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I was trying to just jump to settings and like, you know, get it done quickly, and just like, I put on a show in a sense, just be like, hey, look at what I've done. And yeah, it didn't work at all. Right, if that's worse, let's try 3x. Maybe 3x will be better. 76213 is number to beat. Yeah, I got 76164 saved. Yeah, this is going to be like such a monster stream. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go with the Windows recovery screen is heavy. I remember when you were at like 72k. Yeah, yeah. Seven 76155. That's also worse. Heck. Okay. I'm going to put PBO scaler back to 4x, because that's clearly not helping. I guess I'll try 50 megahertz boost clock override. It might help. And if that doesn't work, then row cycle time and TRFC. I mean, the wild thing is that it seems to like score differently depending on like stability, so it's actually possible that I could get a better score by tuning like, although I say tuning, like, I'm not sure whether on my phone now, hopefully that improves your score. Yeah, fingers crossed. It might do. You never know. This might be the run. So unstable now. I mean, maybe I really do just need to bump that memory I/O voltage thingy, whatever it was called. maybe that would make it a lot more stable. Because right now it's clearly extremely not stable. Ah, 70. Okay. I'm actually going to try that, you know? I've been streaming for so long I can't remember what it's called, but I'm going to try the thing. There it is, VDDP. Because that's 1.05 stock. So if I give that 1.07? See if that seems less happier. It's so unstable right now. I mean, the cool thing about a system being this unstable is like you can tell whether a change has made it better or worse. Like, you don't have to guess. You don't have to go, oh, is it happier, isn't it? Like, you know, if this crashes right now, I know it's less happy. Right now it's behaving normally. So it's either neutral or it's made it happier. Maybe it's made it happier. And yeah, it definitely seems like there's some weird training thing where, like, if you have a more stable setting, that leads to okay, that's still normal. It leads to a better score. So we'll see what this does, if anything. I'm so tired. I'm flagging here, but so close. Oh my god. I'm being trolled. Okay. So that was below 76k. Right. Well, that's kind of what I wanted, right? Like, that's information. Not information that I'm particularly happy about, but it's information. So now I know that raising that has actually made the stability worse. So what if I try lowering it? Based on my theory that, like, have you tried politely asking the system to be stable? I mean, not recently, but I did try debating with it earlier, and that seemed to work. Like, I explained to it patiently why the profile ought to boot, and then it booted. So, maybe. I don't know. Normal GPU fuckery. Did you try insulting the system, says White Shark? I can't remember if I did this stream, actually. I definitely did last stream, and last stream didn't go well. So, I'm inclined not to do it this stream. Okay, that's a really good sign, actually, because previously this would be a BSOD, but now it's gone to the stupid recovery screen instead. So I think that has actually genuinely made it more stable, and that means it might score a bit better, or I might have headroom to nudge base clock up a bit, so that's a really, really good sign. Come on. Oh my god. Okay. That 76164 run was like a lucky run as well, wasn't it? Okay. I'm gonna let that finish, and I'm gonna like go through a normal restart. Oof. I don't know. I guess it's time to poke memory timings, or maybe I feel like I've got it more stable, so I feel like I could maybe go for another base clock bump, possibly. Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually going to try one more step of base clock. Also, I'm going to save a profile. I'm going to save this profile as like, that's a really old profile. I can overwrite that. No. Okay. You can do this, Mr. Base Clock, says Alex. Yeah. That's the spirit. Okay, it's posted. Slow res. Reboot. Come on. We're at full res. Let's go. Start benchmark. Come on. Come on. Seven 6177. It's better. It's there. Oh boy. Let's see if I can get any more out of it with VDIM. Let's just one more little bump to VDIM. Okay, we're going to get the recovery screen. That's all right. I'll be interested to see if... Yeah, it's B-soldered. Okay, that's fine. Because the next boot should be at full res. Yes, full res. Okay, we've got full res. AIDA. Come on, come on. Tools, cache and memory, benchmark, start. I don't know if it if it would maybe score better if I waited just a couple of moments. Oh, 76138. Oh no, that's worse. Okay. SOC voltage. Maybe. Or God, I really want to try multiple things here. Let's start. Dropping VDDP seems to make it happier, so I'm going to drop it another step and I'm going to see what that does. Thank you, Beast Killer, for saying I'm praying for you. Yours, as far as tips for cooking kale, I don't think I can help you. I've actually never used kale, I don't think. I have. Okay. That's going to boot in at low res. Come on. Come on, boot in at full res. You can do... Oh no! No, no, no. That's not what you're supposed to do. That might just be the... that might just be the error thing. It might still be okay. Yours has a glut of kale. That's what neighbours are for. Okay, I'm gonna give it just a moment before I open AIDA. I'm getting superstitious here. I'm getting very superstitious. Come on. $76184. I think, yeah, that's 20 meg higher. Okay. I just need to see if it passes. But that's looking good. It's a good sign. See how latency test does. Do we get real latency? That's real latency. So close now. That's what, 40% of the gap? Assuming I can save this and, touch plywood. Okay. This is the sound of my song. This is the sound. I got a ticket to the world. And then I come back again. Why do I find it hard to write the next line? Oh, I want the truth to be said. Okay, that's all my CPU Zs. 76184, going for a save. Save as bitmap 76184. saved. Okay. Validate. 76184. Yes! That's validated. We got 76184. Oh, so close now. Let's go. Okay. I think what I'm going to do now... maybe row cycle time or RFC, perhaps? I feel like I might have more headroom in one or both of those. I'm going to try row cycle time next. See if I can squeeze out that little bit more from it. TRFC is really like reliable at giving you more. It's just if you can actually get it or not is the question with RFC. Because I have quite an aggressive TRFC set already. Let's try 56 row cycle time. So this is loading up at low res as per, I think. Yeah. So let's reset it, load in high res, hopefully. Here we go. Here we go. Seven, 6, 2, 4, 8. Okay. I'm going to contain my hype. Whew. I'm going to contain my hype and touch some wood, because that, we don't know whether that's going to pass. But if that passes, then we've done it. It's a real latency. Okay, AIDA64 is finished. Let's start opening CPU-Z. So close now. If I get this saved, Alex can finally go to sleep. So come on, system, don't crash now. Okay, that's all of my I've got SPD, motherboard, memory and CPU. 76248. Save as bitmap. 76248. Saved. Validate. 76248. Yes! It's done! Ah, yes. 76248 saved. Yeah. That has... Yeah. Get in. Yes, exactly. Whew. Oh boy. 7 hours and 15 minutes, 16 minutes on stream and 76248. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. Oh boy. Right, who's ahead of buildzoid? I might regret asking. Where is it? Okay, the guy ahead of buildzoid is on 78k, so there's no way I'm getting any higher. Like ranking wise. I'm honestly, you know what, it's been so long. And also, pizza is for winners. I can get a pizza now. Yeah. I really, really want to see what happens if I tighten up row cycle time more. I'm going to save a profile. I'm going to save it as like yes or something. And then I'm going to tighten up row cycle time more. That's not profiles. Yes. Okay, right. But I'm not... okay, at this point, I'm not going to load a profile. Like, if something fails to post, it fails to post and we're done. But I just want to see... I don't want to be, like, leaving loads of room on the table if there's room. So... 52 TRC, let's see what it does. Before I go to bed, I have one last question. What do you think is a fair price for a 2080 Ti Kingpin? Oh boy, I have no idea. The GPU market is so weird right now, right? Like, I mean, there was a time last year when I would have said maybe £500. Like, I don't know what that is in other currencies, but like, I would have said I guess for a Kingpin like £600. But these days it's so like, I mean, it's unfortunately it's just kind of, it's whatever like whatever someone's willing to sell at and whatever you're willing to pay. Like, there's not enough of a market for there to be a market rate. I'm sorry I don't have a more satisfying answer than that. But yeah, like, if GPUs were MSRP, it wouldn't be more than like 600 quid. But they're not, and it's hard to find. I mean, if you're thinking about getting one for benching, then the thing is, like, it's no good for globals. It's good for 2080 Ti rankings, and that's that, right? If you're thinking of getting one for daily, I mean, half the time it's just what you can get your hands on. It's not a great time to be buying graphics cards, is the thing. So, like, right now, it's getting easier and easier to find stuff that's actually in stock. So prices are going to be going down, not up, right? Like, yeah, I mean, there's these crypto resurgences, but at the end of the day, like, you know, more and more people have COVID vaccines, and, you know, whether or not I agree with it, restrictions are being lifted. More people are just going outside. Less people are, you know, buying gaming PCs, right? Oh, I hit the mic there, sorry. Yeah, right, exactly what Glenn said, right? It's like, yes, the prices that are being charged for GPUs have gone up compared to, like, what the MSRPs were, you know, last year. But they're around, and I should really be running AIDA right now. That might have screwed my score a little bit for this boot. Yeah, that screwed my score. That's 76227, but that's fine. I'll let it run. We'll see if it's AIDA stable, and then if it's AIDA stable, we'll go back into BIOS and drop it some more. Holy shit. I think the write test is bugged out there. That's not right. Okay. That might just be bad luck. Oh, you're in Norway, right. Nothing in stock. Yeah, I have no idea about the Scandinavian used market. Like, I've heard some good things. I've heard that, like, you get like higher end examples of older hardware available for cheap sometimes, like DDR3 stuff. Yeah. Alright, well, it passed AIDA, but the write test bugged out. So maybe, I'm going to say maybe that's bad luck. And I am going to restart and try a little lower. Deeper says, did you set XOC equals 1 and SPD equals 1? So, most of the CPU-Z windows are in XOC mode, and it's SPD equals 0 to stop it reading the SPD. So, yeah, for CPU-Z 1.96, which is the one that I'm just using for, like, CPU readout, those are in XOC mode. And then the CPU-Z beta that I'm using for memory SPD, that one is not in XOC mode, because I need that to be fully... That's also the one I'm doing the validation on, and the validation... I don't know if it needs to be valid, I don't know if unchecked is allowed, but as far as I'm concerned, I want it to be valid, so that's not in XOC mode. So it's a balanced risk, let's say. Yes, I've got, I've got CPUs at 1.96.8 beta, and that's like a portable installation. And then I've got 1.96.1 actually installed on the system. Oh, it's booted up at full res, cool. So yeah, you see on the left we've got CPU-Z here, that's 1.96.1, and then CPU-Z beta down here. And only one of them is in XOC mode. It might not be a bad idea to do that for like screenshots and the like for memory clock, to be honest. Your system crashed. F. Ooh, this is looking good. 76254. Okay, it's like 6 megabytes better, but I mean it's better, right? And it hasn't bugged yet. God, I'm really like wringing the megahertz out of it, wringing the like megabytes out of it, whatever. Why am I still going? I got the score, but I can't. I don't want to leave it here because I know that there's something on the table. I know I'm not done. Oh God, it's like 10 PM. Fuck me. I'm just going to be like... I'm going to be eating like Domino's pizza. I'm just going to order a Domino's and like put it in the fridge for breakfast at this rate. Everywhere but Domino's is going to be shut. I don't know. There's like a place really nearby to me that actually does really nice like homemade stuffed crust pizzas. As in like they make them themselves. They're best hot. So I'd have to have it this evening. I might get something from there. I don't know. If I ever finish. I did not expect this stream to go like the way that it's gone. It's going like too well. I said that if it fails to boot, then that's it, and I'm done, and this system can never fail to boot again. 76254 I've got now. So let's save that. Save as bitmap 76254. That's saved. Validate 76254. Saved. Good. .2080 Ti is the only modern Kingpin that's for sale in the entire country. I mean, yeah. Honestly, Alex, like, I mean, the thing is, I'm still on like an RX 480, right? So my attitude is just wait. Like, just wait for something to come up at a better price. Because like everything is screwed right now. Like, you have mining, you have, and that's like that goes up, that comes down as well, right? You've got like raw materials shortages, and a lot of that is to do with COVID. A lot of that it's gonna ease. It's gonna be like a year or two potentially, but it is gonna ease. Yeah. God, this stream is a monster. .44 TRC, come on. We'll send an offer to the guy. Yeah, I mean that's I think that's the thing to do. Like, there's every chance that this person sort of realizes that like the market is not going to continue favoring them. And I don't know what other offers they'll have had, but yeah, there's no harm in sending them an offer and just being like, well, look, you know, do you want to sell it or not? God, there's this really brief period, like when the RTX 3000 series launched, where like everybody was dumping their cards and you could get 2080 Ti's for like 500 quid on eBay. I really wish I'd picked some up, but yeah. And stand up while this runs. 76240. That's worse, isn't it? I'm just gonna kill it. Fuck it. I'm not gonna sit and finish a run when it's not gonna score well enough. I want pizza, I'm hungry. Seven and a half hours in. Yeah, at this point it's getting so late I'm gonna have to like just have something really light and just I'm gonna have the pizza tomorrow or something. Because I'm not that far off when I'm gonna go to bed realistically. So because that was slower, I'm going back up to 48 and I'm gonna drop TRFC down to 240. Alex says I've got to leave now. If you do remember, ping me next time you stream. Yeah, I can't promise I'll remember if I'm honest. I'm calling it. I'm calling it based on that. Like, no, wait, that might be the recovery thing. I'll give it another go. I need to set something up. Like, I need to maybe set my own Discord up or something. Like a public one. Because I think I am going to keep doing this. But yeah, sleep well, Alex, if you're still here. It's real interesting. Oh, I'm glad you think so. Holy shit. What the fuck? 76393. Thank you. Yes, yeah. Okay, the right test bugged out, so I can't save that. Maybe LN2 next stream. Not anytime soon, no. Next stream is probably going to be memory clock. And I'll be fucking with my microns, which will be interesting in a way. Oh my god, like... That right test is bugged out. I can't... I'm going to rerun the right test or something, or... No. Yeah, I'll rerun the right test. There we are. Oh, goodness gracious me. How tight is TRFC going to go? Who knows? Will it corrupt my operating system? Maybe. God, I'm like, once I've saved this, I'm going to grab like a random flash drive off my desk, which I have lots of, and I'm going to like dump the scores onto that. Just like in case the operating system like horribly corrupts itself and I can't pull the scores off somehow. I'm so hungry. Right, we have everything. 76393. Seven, 6, 3, 9, 3. No! Oh, it crashed on CPU Z validation. Oh, what a shame. And we're back in. You know what? I have no idea if that validation file saved. But I'm kind of inclined to just rerun it and give it one more go. Why am I rerunning it? What am I doing? Well, I've started now. I've started self-finish. 76317, yeah. I'm going to save the CPU Z validation file as 76393. Because I know that I got that score with it and I know that I've got the screenshot. This is looking good though. Okay. So I don't need a screenshot of a slower score. I need a validation file for these settings. So let that finish. Come on. Then open up Retro CPU Z. Not Retro. It's not Retro. It's the opposite of Retro. It's newer. It's beta. 76393, and I put that in a different position so it doesn't clobber an existing file if there is one. That's saved. Right. Oof. I think I am actually going to call that now. I'm going to call that because if it's crashing on like CPU Z validation, I'm pushing my luck, and I like my luck. My luck has been great this session, so let's leave it unpushed from now on. That's good. You know, that'll do, Unify. That'll do. And I can finally go have tea. Thank you so much for watching. A lot of you have like stuck with me. I really appreciate it. This has been exhausting, but has been an absolutely fantastic stream. Yeah, thank you. I will do this again sometime. And for now, I'm going to pull up the outro screen, but I can't remember whether I set up like my mic to work on it, so that's why I'm talking now. But yes, thank you, and goodbye.